why. The Q-double-E is the reason I must be myself. What else? Well, fame hasn't got me souped up, selling out sloppy or poppy. There's so much to live for, therefore, here's more from a woman. All women, keep your rumors to yourself. The overblown, homegrown, non-known fools who never shown proof, let alone own a lot. The props or a hip-hop pop chart notch on your clock is my spot. Now who got the mods? I do. Why you little played out attitude? I'm allergic to whack crews. The lie, the tea, the fur, the queen is up. Growing star that you never seen before. How dare those who talk, we can't have them. So make me wanna go out with the bat and the magnum. But I'm wise, civilized, and growing higher. Judgments from the queen, punishment is the fire. I'm here to make these fools out of liars. You must learn to step and respect the sire. Fix the fire. Latifah's had it up to hear the frauds are feeling fear. The sound is playing like a Q-tip digging in your ear. Mama Zulu stands for positivity, knowledge, and grace. I'm never on my beast to them, I take it to your face. Open wide your hoping odds that I stop or maybe choke. Cause it's very hard to read while I has got you in a yoke. I caught you, thought I cut it short and no one's ever getting near. Latifah's had it up to here.
Give it to a queen.
Yeah.
Give it to a queen.
I got it.
Give it to a queen.
Yeah.
Give it to a queen.
I got it.
Give it to a queen.
Yeah.
Give it to a queen.
I got it.
Give it to a queen.
Yeah.
The queen, L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command.
Some of these commercial entertainers are commercially a pain to my mind and my behind trying to disdain her. Bumping me off because the queen has now reached a certain plateau. All I do is boo and say it's that so. Talk is cheap and if talk got any cheaper, they be selling Nike tongues instead of sneakers. K, Sarah, blase, blah, etc. This is a scene from the queen la. Lovely and lyrically loose, but ladylike. I'm too slick to slip or get tripped by the shady type. Chump shot talk and still wonder how loose I got. When I'm in town, I give the roosters booster shots. Brace, face, never waste your mind on a rhyme that'll get thrown in your front and face. I caught you, thought I cut it short and no one's ever getting near. Latifah's had it up to here.
Give it to a queen.
Who got it?
Give it to a queen.
Latifah.
Give it to a queen.
Who got it?
Give it to a queen.
Latifah.
Give it to a queen.
Who got it?
Give it to a queen.
Latifah.
Give it to a queen.
Who got it?
The queen, L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command.
Loyal and loyal, face the fire, boy. You wouldn't get the time of day, so make way. Hey, silence, I say, lay low and have a cold one. Cause the whipping I'm dishing is an old one. I threw some soul into my morning bowl and I rolled. I took your gold and stopped your single cause it never ever sold. Matter of fact, it never even got the time to sprout. So you could never give me body walking in my house. The flavor unit is doing it back again this year. How many flavors of the flavor can you love to hear? Feather frost of my Holocaust, I'm staring at ya. Put in a bid on who would fall, I'm sure to match ya. Snatch your stature, your broken looks more like a fracture. Catch that rapper, Latifah will be back to crash ya. Go by a heart cause from the start I told you no one's getting near. Latifah's had it up to here.
Give it to a queen.
Who got it?
Give it to a queen.
Latifah.
Give it to a queen.
Who got it?
Give it to a queen.
The flavor unit.
Give it to a queen.
I got it.
Give it to a queen.
Latifah.
Give it to a queen.
DJ A.D.
Give it to a queen.
He's off.
Give it to a queen.
L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command.
Give it to a queen.
L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command.
Give it to a queen.
L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command.
Give it to a queen.
L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command. L-A-T-I-F-A-H in command.
Yo, remember back on the bully when cats used to harmonize like Yo, my men and my women, don't forget about the dean. This is not the most the king. Yo, it's about a thing. Feel real good, wave your hands in the air and lick 2 shots in the atmosphere. Since you were looking for your friend, the one you let hit it and never called you again. Remember when he told you he was about to Benjamins? You act like you ain't him, they give him a little trim to begin. Now you think you really gon' pretend like you wasn't down and you called him again? Plus when you give it up so easy, you ain't even fooling him. If you did it then you probably talking out your neck saying you're a Christian, a Muslim, sleeping with the gin. Now that was the sin that did Jezebel in. Who you gon' tell when the repercussions spin? Showing off your ass cause you thinking it's a trend, girlfriend. Let me break it down for you again. You know I only say it cause I'm truly genuine. Don't be a hard rock when you really are a gem, baby girl. Respect is just the minimum. You still defending them now. Lauren is only human. Don't think I haven't been through the same predicament. Let it sit inside your head like a million women in Philly pen. It's silly when girls sell their souls because it's sin. Look at where you be in. Hair weaves like Europeans. Fake nails done by Koreans. Come again. A win-win. Come again. A win-win. Come again. Win-win. Come again. Yeah. Guys, you know you better watch out. Some girls are only about that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing, that thing. The second verse is dedicated to the man more concerned with his rims and his Timbs and his women. Him and his men come in the club like hooligans. Don't care who they your fan, poppin' yang. Like you got yang. Let's not pretend. The one that pack pissed out by the waistman, crissed out by the casement. Still the name of the basement. The pretty face man claiming that they did a bid, man. Need to take care of their 3 and 4 kids. Been the face in court case when the child support's late. Money taking, heartbreaking. Now you wonder why women hate me. The sneaky silent man, the punk domestic violence man, the quick to shoot the semen. Stop acting like boys and be men. How you gon' win when you ain't right within? How you gon' win when you ain't right within? How you gon' win when you ain't right within? Come again. Yo, come again. The red drink, come again. And six drink, come again.
Alright. Peace and Black Power, family. It's your boy Psychopath and your girl Renee, Black at you with another RBG pill show. What's really hood out there, family? Let's get some ones out there. Let's make sure y'all can hear me clearly. And let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Make sure we all good. Let's see, shout out to Stephanie. Let's see, shout out to Miss FedEx. Shout out to King Shango. Shout out to Nikki Chandler. Shout out to Aisha Baz. Shout out to Tate, RP, and Corey. What's going on to everybody? How y'all today? You know what I'm saying? Renee, what's going on with you? How you today?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm all right. I apologize, family. It's my fault. I'll be a little bit late. It's my fault. I apologize.
Yes, all good. So we got something to talk about today, y'all. Y'all seen the thumbnail, I hope. I know it's probably gonna be some more people trickling in or whatnot, but this is kind of like one of those viral stories, if you will, and we're gonna get it in today. We kind of touched on something like this probably 3 years ago or something like that, I want to say. I think at that time it was based on a video somebody else did. I can't remember if it was a video of a parent in a bonnet or it was somebody else said something about the bonnet, whatever the case may be. We did a show on that like about 3 years ago. Well, today we're going to get into Miss Monique in terms of what she recently said over the this past weekend. And, a lot of people were chatting about it. So we're going to get into that. We're going to break it down. Y'all know as we do. So y'all saw in the thumbnail, it said Monique versus bonnet culture. Is she right? Is she? We're going to give our sides on it, our take on it. But yeah. All right, you want to, I guess I'll go ahead and break it down a little something. And then Psycho has a video he's going to play so we can all be familiar on what exactly she said. But yeah, she kind of delved into, what's considered respectability politics, what I definitely consider to be that. And we did a show on that not too long ago, I think a few months ago. If you missed that, please check that show out because it's very timely in terms of like this issue and other issues surrounding that. So if you missed that show, look for that. But I think Psycho's going to go ahead and get into playing the video. Then I do have an article kind of piggybacking off of the video. And then, well, you know what? I'm going to let Psycho do his thing because actually I think we're going to play, we're going to play the first video and then I'll kind of piggyback off of that with the article. Then we have another video because she followed up once, a lot of people were speaking out and they didn't like what she said. And then some people did like what she said. She responded again. So I will throw that to Psycho.
All right, family, here go the first video right here so we get to hear exactly what Monique had to say. So here we go.
Hey, my sweet babies. So, it took me a minute to say what I'm getting ready to say because I want to make sure I'm not saying it in judgment, and I want to make sure I'm saying it from a place of love. Y'all, some of y'all have given me the title of auntie. And I'm honored that y'all do that, right? But there are times where auntie gotta talk to her babies and say some real shit. So yesterday, I was in the airport in Atlanta because I'm in Jackson, Mississippi now at Chuckles Comedy Club, right? And we got 3 shows tonight. We got a matinee at 5:30, then we got 7, then we got 10, right? And I'm excited. I always love going to the stage. So when we got to the airport yesterday, I was excited, like, all right, baby, let's go get him in Jackson, Mississippi. And as we began to walk through the airport, I saw so many, actually too many to count and too many for me to tap. But I saw so many of our young sisters in head bonnets, scarves, slippers, pajamas, blankets wrapped around them, and this is how they're showing up to the airport. And I've been seeing it, not just at the airport, I've been seeing it at the store, at the mall. I've been seeing sisters showing up with these bonnets and headscarves and their slippers. And the question that I'm having to you, my sweet babies, when did we lose pride in representing ourselves? When did we step away of, let me make sure I'm presentable when I leave my home? Let me make sure I'm representing the family I created so that if I'm out in the street, I look like I have pride in myself. And I'm not saying no full face of makeup. I'm not saying no full front lace frontal. I'm not saying none of that. All I'm saying is, could you please comb your hair? And if you don't want to comb your hair, they got enough shit out here now, baby, where you can style yourself up and look like you have pride. I'm not saying you don't have pride, but the representation that you're showing, someone would have to ask you to know that you had it. So my sweet babies, for the ones that do call me auntie, I love you for real. Even the ones that don't, I love y'all asses too. But the babies that say auntie to me, please listen to auntie. Always have pride in your representation of you. It's not to get a man. It is just your representation of you, my sweet babies. So I'm just giving y'all a warning. If I see you in the streets, in the airport, in the Walmart, and you got a bonnet on, and you got slippers on, and you looking like, what the fuck? Nikki gonna tap you and say, hey, baby girl, show you what you worth. Show you what you deserve. So all of those posts that you see celebrities putting out there saying, hey, queen, hey, queen, hey, queen, well, can we start putting it into action? So I'm asking our wiser sisters, when we see our little babies out there looking like they just don't care, and I'm not saying y'all don't, it looks like it. Can we just tap them and say, baby girl, you deserve more than what you're showing. Represent you with pride, my babies. And that may be a part of us helping our community. Because if you look like you don't give a damn, how you gonna be treated? So, when I say, hey, queen, I can only say it to the sisters that it belongs to. Because a lot of us are still in queen training. So if you're in queen training, stop being fearful of taking your position. And queens don't walk around with bonnets and headscarves and slippers and pajamas. That's for the house. When you go outside, represent you, baby, like you are worthy and you deserve the title of Hey Queen. Nikki love y'all for real, and I ain't never gonna BS you. Stop wearing them damn bonnets and headscarves looking like don't nobody give a damn about you, nor do you give a damn about yourself. Because you beautiful. So represent it. I love y'all for real, my babies.
All right, family, there you go. Y'all got to hear the whole video clip for yourself. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Renee and let her respond.
All right, so this article comes from the Griot. In this article, Monique on women wearing bonnets, pajamas in public. When did we lose our pride? Okay, in a video shared on Instagram, Monique asks Black women to stop wearing bonnets, slippers, and pajamas at airports and other public spaces. Monique has a message for all the quote-unquote queens out there wearing bonnets at airports, but not everyone is feeling the unsolicited advice. On Saturday, the comedian and actress shared a video message to Black women asking them to stop wearing bonnets, slippers, and pajamas in public spaces. It took me a minute to say what I'm getting ready to say because I want to make sure I'm not saying it from a place of judgment and that I'm saying it from a place of love, Monique told her 1 million Instagram followers. Some of y'all have given me the title of auntie, and I'm honored that y'all do that. But there are times that auntie has to talk to her babies and say some real ish. The entertainer shared that while she was traveling to Jackson, Mississippi for a gig, she was astonished by how many, quote, young sisters she saw wearing hair bonnets, scarves, slippers, pajamas, and blankets wrapped around them at the airport. I've been seeing it not just at the airport, I've been seeing it at the store, at the mall, Monique said, adding, when did we lose our pride in representing ourselves? When did we slip away of let me make sure I'm presentable when I leave my home? While she made it clear she wasn't suggesting that women always wear a, quote, full face of makeup or a lace front when out in public, she emphasized, all I'm saying is, could you please comb your hair? I'm not saying you don't have pride, but the representation that you're showing someone will have to ask you to know if you have it, she added. It's not to get a man. It is just your representation of you, my sweet baby. Monique told women to take their message as a, quote, warning, as she vowed to step in if she happened to see them in the streets, in the airports, in Walmart, and you got a bonnet on and you got slippers on and you looking like, what the? Auntie Nikki gonna tap you and say, hey, baby girl, show what you're worth. Show what you deserve. Monique also urged, quote, wiser sisters to join her in correcting what she sees as not representing themselves with pride. That may be a part of us helping our community, because if you look like you don't give a damn, okay? If you look like you don't give a damn, how you gonna be treated, said Monique. So when I say, hey, queen, I can only say it to the sisters that it belongs to, because a lot of us are still in queen training. So if you're in queen training, stop being fearful of taking your position, she added. Monique's video garnered a lot of comments and plenty of opinions, particularly those who felt her message was cloaked in respectability politics. This was such a disappointment. Imagine women growing up watching you be loud, curse, grab your crotch, and make heinous jokes, just for you to turn around and police women for wearing a bonnet, one person wrote in a lengthy comment. How is it that you can't address women as queens based on how is it that you can't address women as queens based on how they're dressed, but you expect corporations to pay you fairly with complete disregard to some of your previous actions on stage and in public? Out of everything going on in the world, you choose to police women of color, specifically Black women, for being comfortable in public, and you call this being a queen. She added, I was a little lost at why a lot of people stopped following you over the years, but I clearly understand now. This was extremely anti-Black, misogynistic, and ignorant. If you know better, do better. I just cannot believe the same women who did nothing besides body shame skinny women, talk about D, and had an entire series dedicated to harassing a Black man, has the audacity to police another Black woman on appropriate behavior. Another commentator who actually agreed with her accused Monique of hypocrisy for wearing a bathrobe in her video message. Despite the many comments scolding the Academy Award-winning actress for her comments, there were many others who applauded her for it. She's right. I'm sure some of this perspective is age, said one of her followers. The look is not cute. No, you don't have to dress up to go to the airport. I sure as hell don't. But I'm not looking so bad that I hope no one sees me. And I'm looking good enough so that if someone does see me, even if they don't like what I'm wearing or they don't like how I look, they know I'm representing. I'm representing us, and I'm doing it well. So that was the initial response, some of the initial responses after she did that video. It was like a lot. It was definitely mixed. You had a lot of people who was like, thank you, Monique, who was cheering her on, who were clapping. And then you had a lot of people that was like, wait, what? And you know, people kind of start getting at her. So then after that, she did a response video to the backlash. And Psycho's gonna roll back. When we come back, I'm gonna touch a little bit on this other article that's speaking on that. And then, you know, we're gonna break it down how we see it. But I'll throw to Psycho.
All right, here go the second video, family, Monique's response. So let's take a listen to this.
Hey, my sweet babies. I've been thinking long and hard about what I'm gonna say in this post. Because the post that I did Friday in reference to us being the best us that we could be, it rubbed some people wrong. But I want to share this with y'all. And there were two people in my life that, had I taken a different attitude, I could have felt like they was rubbing me wrong. But I'm glad I took the attitude of appreciation and gratitude because they tapped me. And that was Patti LaBelle and Margaret Avery. Patti LaBelle had to tap me one night. We were getting ready to do a show, and I was in my feelings over some shit. And that woman had to come tap me and tell me, get myself together. And she didn't tell me with lollipop kisses and pancakes with syrup all over. She told me what I really needed to hear. And I was grateful for that night because it impacted my life. Miss Margaret Avery, I was grateful the night she called my dressing room. And she said to me, baby, focus on getting some more of that weight off of you because I see what you're doing. And I'm glad those two women love me enough that they would go out of their way to talk to me in a way that aunties, mamas, big sisters talk to their little sisters, nieces, grandbabies, daughters. I was grateful for that because it allowed me to think about things differently. Never once did I think those women were trying to be offensive. Did I think they were trying to be nasty or mean? I thought what it was nothing but love. So for you babies that have taken offense to what I've said, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with y'all being in your feelings about it. I'm okay with that. Because when you love somebody for real, I know y'all will get over that. And when y'all say, we will cancel your ass, well, they've tried that. And I'm still here to let y'all know I love you. And ain't nothing you can do about that. I love our community. And ain't nothing you can do about that. So if you're offended because I've said to you, you're a queen and you're beautiful, and when you wear that damn bonnet and your pajama pants and your slippers anywhere you go, don't you know you block your beauty? Don't you know you block your beauty? Let your beauty be seen and shown. See, remember the time we were raising hell because they didn't want us to wear our natural hair? They didn't want us to do the things we wanted to do with our natural beauty? Now, why ever would you block it? Why ever would you block it? So I'm unapologetic about what I said because I said it with nothing but love. And I said it with no judgment. For the sisters that got it, I'm glad. For the ones that didn't, I'll wait. But please know, Aunt Nikki gonna be right here. And when I gotta talk to you again, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do my part. And if I gotta tap you, it's a love tap, baby. It ain't no tap for me to kick your ass or be smart, because some of the responses y'all have given, I just know that y'all are young babies. And you don't know any better just yet. But because I do, I won't match your energy. What I will do is love us through it. So please know, I still stand by what I said. And to the women that has tapped me out, I'm grateful and forever appreciative that y'all took the time out to love me when you didn't have to. So I hope for you babies that want to leave your little comments under the bottom, say whatever you want to say, but at the end say, I love you.
All right, family, and there you go. Y'all got to hear her response to some of the backlash that she caught off the first video, and I'm gonna go ahead and pass it back to Renee.
All right, yeah. So there was another article that the Brio did, kind of like as a follow-up, and basically just saying that Monique doubled down on her stance, which she did. So I'm not going to go through all the details again. But again, you had some people after that who were still coming out saying things like, I get what you're saying. This was a big thing in my family, from my great-great-grandmother to my mother. They always made sure that they were presentable when they went outside. And they told us to always have on clean underwear when we go out. You never know what might happen. Now, I don't know what the underwear thing has to do with the pajama thing. Yeah, you should have on clean underwear. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. But basically, y'all heard Monique. You know what I'm saying? She let it be known. She captioned her response video unapologetic. She's basically saying, hey, this is where I'm at with it. Y'all who ain't there, you'll catch up, basically. And you know, she says she's okay with people taking offense to what she had to say. She talked about Patti LaBelle and Margaret Avery and how they tapped her on the shoulder, whatever the case may be. Okay, let me just go ahead and address my stance on it. Now, like I was saying earlier, we did a show a few months back about respectability politics. And respectability politics are an issue for me because it basically subscribes to the idea of, you know, whatever we do that's not deemed by the dominant society as okay is looked at in a negative light. Respectability politics, the set of beliefs holding that conformity to socially acceptable or mainstream standards of appearance and behavior will protect a member of a marginalized or minority group from prejudices and systemic injustices. Now, I want to bring that to attention because she said that when you don't look like you don't give a damn or whatever, how are you going to be treated? Now, I don't understand what that means, because even if somebody look whatever, does that mean they should not be treated in a respectful manner? You don't know any circumstances surrounding that person. Now, I realize the world that we live in and that is a reality, but I'm not going to sit here and say that that's acceptable. And I feel like for somebody like Monique, and her status and her reach to say something like that, that's kind of like saying, yeah, that's okay. It's okay for you to be treated like you don't give a damn or whatever if somebody deems that you look like you don't give a damn. And I find that to be problematic. Now, here's my thing, okay? I don't go out in bonnets. I don't. You won't catch me out the house with a bonnet on. I don't go out in sleepwear. Now, have I gone to the store in some pajama pants, a t-shirt, some sandals, like in the summer or something like that? You're just running somewhere, or you're running to pick somebody up or whatever the case may be. Yeah, but if I'm going into like a for real public space, no, I'm not going to have on certain attire. I'm not going to have on a bonnet. Now, while I can sit here and say that for me, I'm not going to sit here and police what other Black women do. I'm not going to do that. There are some Black women who I see go out in bonnets. I definitely see it. I definitely see the sleepwear thing. I definitely see it. But at the same time, it's like, I kind of cringe from the perspective of like, in a way, from the perspective of I wouldn't wear it, but I'm not sitting there casting every judgment on the world on that particular Black woman because she chose to do it. I'm just not doing it. And kind of, that's my thing, is like, if you choose not to do it, you choose to teach your daughters, you know what I'm saying, to uphold what you think is important, teach your nieces, teach your granddaughters, teach other women and young ladies that are around you. But this idea of she's just randomly out in the airport, she's just randomly out in society, and she can just approach somebody and let them know you shouldn't be out the house with that bonnet on. I think that's doing the most. I understand the idea of, you know, a Black woman speaking to another Black woman. But at the same time, you don't know all of the circumstances there. And this still plays into the whole idea of respectability politics, that we have to be respectable. Who are we being respectable for? Should we be being respectable for ourselves, our family? Absolutely. But let's not act like there is not a component of what dominant society deems as acceptable. Because in general, white people don't wear bonnets, right? We already know they don't wear bonnets to sleep in. I don't even think they wear anything on their head to sleep in. We know that for Black women, the whole idea of the bonnet really taking place, or really, you know, catching, it took fire. You know, so many Black women wear bonnets is because our hair is very delicate and our hair can easily break. So wearing satin-lined bonnets or, you know, silk-lined bonnets really help to prevent our hair from that breakage, from that damage. So a lot of Black women in the past, they would sleep on silk pillowcases. People would wrap their hair in silk scarves, and the bonnets just became, you know, much more efficient. Like, they were just easy to go buy, put it on. There was the elastic. You didn't have to do a bunch of tying or anything like that. So they became very, very popular. And so sometimes what happens is, you know, a Black woman has a particular hairstyle and she's not ready to let that hairstyle out, you know, and she feel like, okay, well, I got to go do this and that. I may be in the process of getting ready. Like she said, she saw people at the mall. So let's say you might have a girl who was going to prom, right? And she has her hair done, but she has her hair wrapped up and she put the bonnet on. And she has to go run and get something last minute at the mall or whatever the case may be. And so you may see somebody in that particular circumstance. You may see a lot of these different things happen as women go do it and pick their kids up out of school or pick their children up from daycare or whatever the case is. So I'm not going to sit here and determine what every other Black woman's life situation is because she had a damn bonnet on. I'm not going to do that. And like I said, we know that the dominant society, we know that white people don't wear bonnets. We know that they don't. So that's off rip gonna be something that's not upheld in white society. They don't understand it. They don't do it. They don't participate in it. So it's automatically going to be looked at in a particular way. And that's my problem with this whole thing, is because what people will do, people are very disingenuous. And when you bring up something like that about what the dominant society believes or what they uphold, and you bring that up in this conversation, they will say, it ain't about white people. It ain't about white people. Okay. So if it ain't about white people, then why do you care how another Black woman looks when she goes outside the house? Because you want you want white people to see us as you feel on point, as to what you feel as respectable. You want white people to see us like that. Because here's the thing. If you didn't, you wouldn't really care, because what another woman wears is what she chooses to wear. But we know as Black people that we're always going to be judged by other Black people, most namely, whatever is deemed to be negative, we're going to be most judged by that standard. See, you can have 1 million Black women who are out here every day, not wearing bonnets, got their hair done, got their hair laid, everything else. People won't judge Black women by that particular standard, but they will see 2 or 3 Black women with a bonnet on their head, and then those are the women that are going to be reflected as damn near being the majority or as the norm for Black women. So that comes through white supremacy. That comes through, just how things are racially, right? Is that we're supposed to reflect each other because we want to give a good image to white folk. We want white folk to think of us as respectable. We want white folk to look at us as like, well, we're classy and we're upstanding people, and we take pride in how we look too. But see, my thing is, like I said, that's more of a personal thing. That's what you teach your family. That's what you teach those around you. I cannot be responsible for every Black woman that's out in the world who wears a bonnet out somewhere. But what I can do is make sure that I'm on point, that I'm dressed a certain way, that I take pride in my look to not wear bonnets. So, you know, people are so disingenuous with that, and they want to pretend it has nothing to do with white people, but it has a lot to do with that. I'm not going to say that Monique doesn't have her own, you know, individual feelings, but I think that her individual feelings have been impacted by that, because a lot of older Black women still have that same mentality. When I think back about my grandmothers, when I think back about, you know, things they told me about them growing up, things that they showed me growing up, a lot of what they said was, you know, we didn't want to look bad to white folks. We didn't want to look bad to them. So when you think about historically, right, Black women's hair and things like that, Black women were going to the salons, they were getting their thing fried, dyed, and laid to the side. They was getting their hair pressed out. Do you hear me? Or they was in somebody's kitchen getting their hair pressed out. You know, making it look more presentable, more like white women's hairstyles when they was wearing the beehives and the different things like that, to be deemed as a functional part of society, if you will. And as Black women got more into the corporate world and the employment world and so on and so forth, you saw a lot of Black women having to assimilate to that, having to give a particular image. So as much as people now want to distance the idea that we're still playing a respectability politics game with white people, it's not gone like that. It's something that still lingers. Like I said, and it's something that tends to be passed down generationally. Now you have some people who didn't get that type of messaging to not wear bonnets or headscarves and things out in public. And you have a lot of other Black women who did. And like I said, that comes from a place. It comes from us feeling like we wanted white folks to see us like them. We wanted to make them more comfortable. We wanted to not do anything really to push back, you know. And then you had, of course, in the 60s and everything, you had a lot of the Black is Beautiful movement that was promoting natural hair, that was promoting kind of rejecting some of those standards. But a lot of those type of standards are still deeply embedded in us to this day. Even, like I said, to this level where we're at with the natural hair movement, that is so big, it's so vast. We still have that. It's still that thing that's there. It's still that thing that comes from white supremacy and being forced to assimilate, even within that. So, you know, to not acknowledge that, to me, is wrong. And, you know, we got this thing in the Black community that we feel we got to do like this collective, like, you know, telling somebody, you know, they're wrong. We got to do this collective thing, right? So it's kind of like calling all Black women. It's got to put out this call to the whole damn nation of Black women that, hey, don't wear bonnets out. Don't wear a bonnet, okay? No, you're not supposed to put it on and have it in public, y'all. Come on now. These white folks is looking at us. Now, I would think that a lot of Black women, if they are, of course, going for an interview, they're at work, they're at these places like that, they're not going to have a bonnet on. I mean, let's understand it. And the people that would do that in any circumstances, they're not going to have a job. That's not even going to be a reality for them anyway. If you don't know, you know, when you have to truly assimilate and when you don't. So in terms of that, I mean, come on. I don't think that this is some epidemic situation with Black women. I just don't. It's something I see that I'm not fond of. And another thing that we have to take into consideration with this is that it's been a pandemic. So for over a year now, things are just now starting to open up. Things are starting to begin to kind of flow, people moving around again. That for the last year, everybody has been wearing, quote, comfortable clothes. And I'm not saying that makes it right. I'm not saying that makes it good. But what I'm saying is that I think as things are opening more, people are starting to try to get back to normal, that you will see the amount of bonnet wearing decrease, in my opinion. I think you will see a decrease because a lot of people didn't necessarily have a lot of things to look forward to in terms of like outside of the house, like going to events, doing this. A lot of people were unemployed. A lot of people were furloughed. You had a lot of people working from home. You had a lot of different circumstances. The children mostly were not in school. Most children were at home. So things were a little different there. So everybody was talking about how everybody's wearing slides out, all races wearing slides, wearing, flip-flops, wearing pajama pants, wearing sweatpants, wearing comfortable clothing, because the world was just different. The world was just going through this collective quarantine or whatever. So everybody was like, well, I'm about to be comfortable. I ain't really got to be all dressed up anyway right now. So again, I think you're going to see it lessen over time. Now, another point I want to make, she talked about being in the airport. That's another thing. Now, when people fly, usually people have to get up early in the morning. You might be having layovers in different cities. You might, you changing from this plane to that plane. You might, whatever, different circumstances, right? A lot of people, of course, in the airport too, want to be super comfortable to travel. Now, that doesn't mean you got to wear a bonnet. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making the case that you have to wear a bonnet to be comfortable. I'm not making the case that you should wear a bonnet. I'm not making the case about any of that. What I'm saying is a person is entitled to choose for themselves what they want to wear. I'm not doing it. I'm not wearing a bonnet. If I'm traveling, I can put my hair up in a bun, whatever. It's other ways that I could style myself to where I'll be comfortable and be what I consider to be presentable. But if you're thinking in the context of an airport, you're thinking in the context of a plane, yeah, I could see, and I've seen that, where, women are having bonnets on while they travel. And it's like, okay, I gotta be in this plane. I'm gonna be on the plane for hours at a time. I might be, transferring in a different city, whatever. And when I get to my destination, when I get to where I'm going, then I can glow up. You know what I'm saying? Then I can really do what I need to do, get myself together and really step out, because right now I'm in transition. I'm going from here to there. I'm in transit. So I think that's another thing that has to be looked at too, because she did later mention the mall and other places, but the thing that she mainly focused in on was at the airport that she saw it. So I want to say that too. Another thing, with the whole sleepwear thing, there's other things that need to be understood too. Now, this is all for the bonnets, but loungewear is deemed very popular amongst women, especially younger women. And what you're seeing a lot of now, if y'all aren't familiar, but it's something called Skims, which is Kim Kardashian's little line. It's kind of like underwear that you can wear as outerwear. So it's kind of like tanks, it's like biker shorts, it's, shirt, things kind of like that. And so other companies have modeled that same thing. So loungewear in general is popular, like with Fashion Nova, is popular with other companies that they consider to be, quote, fast fashion. So that's a popular look, is to have the loungewear look. But the loungewear are things that you can wear out publicly. Now with the shoes, I actually meant to get a picture, but I forgot. If I get one later, I might can get it and show Psycho later if I get a chance, but or Psycho can maybe put it up later if I get a chance. But the shoes, there are very popular shoes, popular slide sandals that look like slippers, look like house slippers, maybe really used to look, but they're actual shoes to wear out. So the shoes with the big pom-pom on them, or like the big fur pom-pom that's on the slide, like, and a lot of those shoes are hella expensive. Not saying that makes it whatever, but I'm just saying, like, these are things that people are wearing. These are things that women are wearing, that young women, especially because you know the young women, these are things that they're wearing, but they're not house slippers. They're actual shoes. They're actual slides meant to be worn outside, if you will. So, and they look like slippers. They look like house shoes. So some of that can be getting mixed in there too. So I think it's a variety of issues kind of all, balled up together. And let me just say this, Monique is absolutely 100% entitled to have her opinion, just like I can have mine. Psycho can have his, y'all can have, anybody can have their opinion, right? I'm not saying that my way is the right way, but in my opinion, I think it's something that is left up to the individual. It should be a choice that a woman makes. Now let me say this. I'm gonna say this, okay? And I'm not saying this to bring Black men into it. I'm using it as a comparison and contrast. Now, I know y'all see all the time where you see brothers outside with a do-rag on. Because I know that there's probably a certain group, especially a certain sector on YouTube, who probably loved that she said that and probably are cheering it on. But as far as men go, it's not that odd to see Black men in everyday life, if you will, at the mall, at the store, walking down the street, whatever, with a do-rag on. And most of them kind of tie it up in the back. They twist it so it's up on their head. But it's like, okay, because I seen one woman speaking, and she was saying that the whole thing about the bonnet was that you were preserving your hairstyle for when you did go out in public, which is real, right? So why would you wear the bonnet in public when the bonnet is meant to protect your hair for when you go, so that when you go out in public, your hairstyle is popping, it's looking good, which is a great point. But like I said, if you compare it to the do-rag, right? Now, why does he have his do-rag on when he's out in public, right? Why shouldn't that be the time to show your waves? But he's still preserving his waves, or whatever the case is that he's doing in terms of his hair. And it's like, nobody really says anything. Nobody really says much about brothers out with a do-rag on. They got a t-shirt on, basketball shorts, some sneakers or whatever, and they can go to the airport, they can go to the store, they can go to the mall, they can do whatever, and in their own leisure time, and people don't really have anything to say about it. So I think it's just an interesting dynamic why the whole bonnet thing has to become this whole conversation. And I feel like Black women appearance is policed so damn much. Everybody got every opinion on Black women's hair and this, that, and the other, the color, the style, is it natural, is it not, the length of it, the whatever. Like, everybody has some kind of issue with Black women's appearance, whatever about us. It's just now that you're seeing companies begin to change some of their hair policies. And that is because Black women have been pushing for years because of, the whole natural hair movement. And it's sad that it had to be a natural hair movement, just like in the 1960s, it was sad that it had to be a Black is Beautiful movement. But, it is what it is, right? But now you're starting to see companies, switch up some of these policies because, they upheld certain things that kind of, are hard to do with natural hair, especially depending on the texture and, how it may be cut or whatever. So you're seeing that shift some. You're seeing some changes there. And that is because Black women have really been standing up and speaking out. So I think that we really do care. We care about our hair. We care about our appearance. But I'm just like to the point of it bugs me that it constantly has to be so policed. When you look amongst white women, for example, as well, and white women are allowed to exist in a lot of different elements, right? You have the gothic type white girl, right? Who dyes her hair black and all of this other stuff. That's not projected as representing all white women. You have the other white girl who's into soccer or something, and she's kind of masculine, she's whatever. That's not projected onto all white women. You have the other super liberal white girl. That's not projected onto all. You have the super conservative. You have all of these different factors. You have the Barbie-ish type white girls. You have the low down trailer trash white girl. You got the white girl that's on meth. You got all of the above. And it's like, I know that those may be different types of people and they may wear different types of things depending on those people, but it's not like that. It's not like one white girl has to have the weight of the world on her shoulders, that what she does is going to represent all white women. And I feel like with Black women, that's what it is with us, with Black people in general, because the same thing with Black men. Like, we have to have every single Black person on our shoulders, right? And if we got a bonnet on as a Black woman, then that's supposed to reflect on all Black women. Like, that's bullshit. I'm sick of that type of mentality. And I feel like the more that we just go along with this kind of thing, it continues that. And again, I'm not making the case that I wear bonnets in public. I do not. But what I'm saying is that other people have the right to do that if they see fit. And I'm not saying that every Black woman has to represent all Black women at any given time. And the fact that Black people even have to do that, that's crazy as hell. We know that there's different types of Black people. Don't we know that? In the Black community, don't we know it's different types of Black people, that we're not a monolith? We don't all think the same. We don't all dress the same. We don't all act the same. As much as we've been put into these certain categories, we know that we are different. So when we're expected to do things to appease people, who is it to appease? Who is it to appease? Let's be clear, not other Black people. Y'all know it's for them folk, so that they make sure they don't see us out here looking ratchet and ghetto, right? That they don't see us as low class and they don't see us as a hood rat, even though they gonna see that regardless. You got wealthy Black people who's been on flights, who's been on whatever, and they're like, oh, you're not supposed to be in first class. What are you doing? And they're dressed in suit and ties, or they're dressed, in their best, and their hair is perfectly coiffed, and all of these kind of things, right? Man or woman, but they Black. So what are you doing in first class? You don't belong here. So they gonna see Black folk how they want to see Black people anyway. So we don't have to subscribe to these kinds of ideals that maybe our great grandparents had. That you gotta put on your best, you gotta have your Sunday's best for wherever you go, because we gotta make sure the white man look at us in a good light. We gotta. That's why I don't rock with that whole pants sagging thing, going, dragging Black men everywhere about sagging pants. For what? Try to make sure your son don't do it, and your man don't do it, and your brothers, if you have a problem with it. But I'm not about to get out here and try to go in on all Black men about pants sagging. I don't like to see nobody's underwear, so I don't like to see it. But I'm not going to play the respectability politics game. And there's no way we can speak for all Black people. There's no way we can speak to all Black people. People still gonna have a choice to wear what they want to wear. And I've been talking for a while, y'all. I know Psycho want to get in and give his piece. I'm gonna throw to Psycho.
Yeah. I don't know how black men got thrown in all that, but you made a statement that is totally incorrect about black men not being criticized for wearing do-rags. Oh, black men have been getting criticized for wearing do-rags forever. As a matter of fact, I'll show you some proof. Because this guy right here was one of the people that made it cool to wear do-rags out in the street. And he got so much backlash for wearing his do-rags that the NBA created a dress code policy because of him and his do-rags and his fitteds on the sidelines. NBA players could no longer wear do-rags on the sidelines because of him. He caught all kinds of heat for wearing do-rags at press conferences and shit like this. This is back in the 90s. So we talking decades ago. So to insinuate that black men don't go through things about do-rags will be completely inaccurate. A whole league came down on them. A whole league, not one celebrity making a video. An entire league came down on Allen Iverson about his do-rags, his fitteds, his pants sagging. Another thing black men always get heat for. Always get heat for. As a matter of fact, the former president of the United States came down exclusively on black men. He didn't come down about bonnets. I didn't hear Obama mentioning anything about bonnets. But I do recall Obama talking about Negroes need to pull their pants up. I do recall him saying that. So what we not going to do is insinuate that black men appearances aren't policed in this country. Bill Cosby and the pound cake speech, the infamous pound cake speech from Bill Cosby, had a lot to do with black men appearances and their behavior. That was all about black men. They had nothing. Bill Cosby ain't say one word about black women in that pound cake speech, not one. And that's a celebrity for them. And so we get critiqued as well. So we're not going to make this exclusively a black woman thing.
I wanted to clear something up.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Okay, with the do-rags and Allen Iverson, that was, like you said, the league. I meant like just in terms of like general society, like a black man just going to the store, a black man, things like that. I didn't mean within like some kind of employment, if you will, framework, which is that you said the league came down on them. I meant just in everyday life. So, and then the sagging pants, I agree on that. So I already mentioned that when I spoke, that as far as, pants sagging goes, that's why I don't rock with none of that. There's still that respectability politics BS. But I was speaking more so black men's appearance has been critiqued. I want to be clear on that. I agree on that. But I'm saying in general, in terms of like when I talked about black women's hair, the hairstyles, the color, the this or that, that's always picked at a lot and more, and I'm talking about like more recent times.
I can go beyond just the NBA because I can go to the NFL when they used to wear do-rags under their helmets. Ray Lewis, Deion Sanders, in the early 90s, that was a thing. They used to wear do-rags and bandanas under their helmets. And the league came down on them and said it's promoting gang culture. And says it's giving off a bad image. So they banned them for wearing do-rags and bandanas under their helmets. And this was before Allen Iverson. We talking early to mid 90s. This is before Allen Iverson. This is back when Allen Iverson was still in college. So again, this black men has caught in heat about this do-rag thing. And in the streets, as far as on a local level as well too. Black men wearing a do-rag in the streets, they viewed as a pookie, they viewed as a wino, a bum, dusty, you know, this, that, and third. Like, it wasn't until the 90s when it became fashionable to actually wear do-rags. And again, white society was rejecting that shit. It might have been fashionable in the hood, but white society was rejecting that shit. They never accepted that shit. So black men have always went through that shit over that do-rag shit. Like, they have always went through it. Just to put that part out there. But yeah, now, for the people that do have a problem with this bonnet thing, these can't be, if you have a problem with this bonnet thing, then you must have a problem with the sagging pants and all this other stuff. If you do not have a problem with this bonnet stuff, then I better not hear you saying anything about the pants sagging or the do-rag stuff. Because, like Renee said, this is all respectability politics, right? It's all beholden to what you deem to be acceptable, right? Now, I don't get down with the whole bonnet thing. I don't view that as, you know, like, I understand women have bad hair days, right? They got bad hair days. Sometimes, you know, they ain't got time to do their shit, whatever the case may be, right? Maybe they got their hair to get scheduled to get done in 2 days, and they still got to struggle for them 2 days until it's time for them to get their appointment at the beauty salon, whatever, right? Like, but I'm okay with a scarf. I'm okay with a hat. The bonnet thing, that's the part I got. I'm not a fan of the bonnet. My personal opinion. I don't like the bonnet. I think it's other things you could have did. And I'm not even just talking about combing your hair and all this other thing. Like I said, there's scarves you can use. There's hats you can wear. I mean, it's fine for women to wear hats. Women can wear hats wherever the fuck they want to go. A woman can go indoors and wear a hat and nobody will tell them to remove the hat from their head. A guy can't wear a hat indoors in certain places. A woman absolutely can. So there's other things she can use to put on top of her head other than a bonnet. So I'm not a fan of the bonnet thing. I mean, that's okay in the shower. That's okay when you're sleeping. I just not a fan of it leaving the house with it on. I think it's other things you could have done. That's just me personally. It's whatever. When I see it, I don't trip. It is what it is. That's how she decided to leave the house looking. That's how she decided to leave the house looking. I'm not a fan of it though. But again, I'm not a fan of a lot of shit people motherfucking do. And it's not illegal for them to do it. I'm just not a fan of it. If it was my shorty out there with a bonnet on her head, I would ask her why the fuck was she out the house with a bonnet on her fucking head. You know what I mean? But if it's somebody who's not my shorty, it is what it is. She gonna do whatever she wanna do. I can't tell other people how to dress and this, that, and third. I can tell you what I deem to be acceptable leaving the house. I don't think it's acceptable that these motherfuckers, this new wave of sagging, where these motherfuckers literally got their pants sagged down to their motherfucking thigh and shit, and got their boxes all over the place and jeans tight as fuck. Like, that shit looks very weird to me, and I'm not a fan of it, and I speak out against that shit. But at the end of the day, do whatever the fuck it is you want to do. That's you. You got to get older one day, look at those old ass pictures, and hope nobody finds out that was you walking around in the streets looking like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're the one who's going to have to deal with that shit years later when you look back at your high school pictures like, you know, like, damn, this is the type of shit I used to be on back then. Yeah, that's the type of shit you used to do. Looking crazy. But it is what it is. That's how you decide to look. It is what it is. Right? Like, so at the end of the day, but the bonnet thing, that's kind of not really a young thing. Like, the pants sagging thing, that's kind of a young thing, right? Like, you don't really catch a lot of older motherfuckers sagging their pants, right? This is mainly a young dude thing. It's something I did myself when I was younger, but not to the degree that they do it today. But I did sag, right? And that was something I did when I was younger. And a lot of other men did when they was younger, right? But you grow out of that shit, right? But the bonnet thing, that's not really a young person thing. That's kind of a everybody's age thing, kind of, so to speak. Like, I see women of all ages wearing the bonnet thing. I see men of all ages wearing the do-rag thing as well. But like the pants sagging thing, that's a little bit different. That's kind of just a young dude thing to do for whatever reason. I don't know why. It just is what it is. You know, young dudes do that. right? I can tell you why we did it. I can't explain why these younger motherfuckers do it. They gonna have to tell you. But at the end of the day, I do know it's a younger person thing, and dudes usually get up out of that at a certain age, and they start actually wearing belts and more fitting pants. You know, that's just kind of how it moves. But again, it's other things I feel like women could put on their head. I'm not a fan of the bonnet myself, and I wouldn't want my shorty leaving the house with a bonnet on her head. And one more thing real quick before I pass it back to Renee, because I'm about to pass it back to her. Can we not also act like we don't shame people with bonnets? I mean, was it not earlier this year when we was just shaming Derek Jackson's wife for getting on camera in front of the world for everybody to see with a goddamn bonnet or beret or whatever the fuck that was? Everybody called it a bonnet on her head. I mean, people killed her. I mean, she got roasted, flambéed, like cooked for wearing this bonnet. So Monique ain't do nothing different than what majority of fucking black YouTube did a few months ago with Derek Jackson's wife. Everybody flamed her. Everybody gave her that work. Everybody thought it was the funniest thing ever too. Monique says it and the world must stop. I don't understand it. I mean, you know, it's a preference. It is what it is. It is what it is. She don't like the body. That ain't gonna stop black women from wearing it. They gonna still wear it. Black women gonna wear what they want to wear. That's how it's been historically. Black women never cared what other people thought about their hair or what they wear on their head, what they wear on their body as far as clothes or any of that. They gonna wear what they think is cute and what they like, and that's what's going to continue to happen, whether motherfuckers like it or not. If they like the bonnet and they think the bonnet's cute and it's acceptable to wear outside, that's what the woman's going to do. And that's just what it is. Like, but you know, you can give your preference, but you ain't changing. I hope Monique don't think she's changing nothing. She can give her preference, that's fine, but she ain't going to change nothing because everybody ain't going to see it the way she see it, right? And that's just what it is. You can see the split in the conversations when you see this topic come up. You got the half of people that agree with Monique and is applauding her, and then you got the half that's beating her down and everything else. Now, I will agree, Monique is a hypocrite. She was sitting up there with a goddamn robe on, talking about not wearing bathroom gear in public, which is hilarious, by the way. And Monique is saying that because, you know, she's saying that because she's using white culture as the standard. I will say Monique is guilty of that. Monique definitely props up white culture as the standard. This is just facts. Like this ain't even a preference with her or none of the other stuff. No, she don't want black women looking a certain type of way in front of white people, right? Because she didn't mention the sister going to the store, the corner store in the hood with the bonnet on the head. She's talking about you going out to the mall and the airport where white people are at. That's what's proper. See, I prefer the sister don't wear the bonnet on her head going to the corner store. I don't give a fuck about that. Like my preference with the bonnet ain't got shit to do with white people, because I'm talking about the sister going to this shit with the corner store. I see that way more than I see with the airport, because I'm at the corner store more than I'm at the fucking airport. So therefore, that's what I'm talking about. But she's talking about getting in front of white people. She's concerned how white people view black women, which is, yeah, respectability, dumbass politics. And if you ain't got a problem, if your only concern is wearing bonnets in front of white people, and you ain't concerned about the bonnets being worn at the corner store, then you can go fuck yourself. Because you full of shit and your outrage is selective. It is based upon whether or not white people see it. That's what your shit is based upon. And I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
Yeah, definitely. And Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it's about. It's about what white people see. It's about making sure white people see us at our best. And that's a mentality that a lot of our grandparents and great grandparents had. And I think that, we need to get out of that. We need to get out of that, because I will see people all the time who talk about they don't care what white people think about. I don't care what white people think about us. Yeah, right. And every opportunity they get, they're dogging out black people for some reason. And it's based upon what white people think about us, or what they think white people will think about us. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. And yeah, in terms of like the employment world, anything having to do with where, white people are paying you, I wasn't speaking about that. More so, I'm just speaking in society, just kind of everyday society. And, recently I was just seeing a story came out yesterday about one of the commentators for the Diamondbacks, one of their announcers, Bob Brenly. He made a comment about New York Mets pitcher Marcus Stroman, because he had a do-rag on and out there at the game, and he made some comment, I think that's the same do-rag of somebody or whatever. And so now, people are calling him out, and they said that it's racist undertones and cultural insensitivity for him to say something, as a white man. And he was trying to be funny. We know what it is, about the black man's do-rag. And you see a lot of baseball players. I've seen that a lot, where the ones who are black, if you will, or that are Dominican or whatever, you see some of them that wear their do-rags now. So it's good to see that even in that aspect, but I know that depends on the league, because I don't know where the NFL is at with that now, or the NBA, but I know in baseball they can wear their do-rags and things like that. But see, what Monique is talking about, we're not talking about the work world. Like, she's scrutinizing people on their own leisure time. Like, these people are not at work. They don't work for you. They're not at a company. They're traveling. They're on the airport, or they're at the mall shopping on their own personal time. And you mean to tell me you want to call them out for wearing a bonnet on their own time? And these are grown women, or at least they not your daughters. Where does it end? Where does it end? You cannot like it or look the other way. Like I said, I'm not fond of it. But to boil this whole thing down to the queen thing, and I want to address that whole queen thing. So let's get this straight. So being a queen, what is the definition of that? Like, can these people let us know what's the criteria for being a queen? Because it changes every day, depending on who you talking to or whatever, right? So for Monique, if you wear a bonnet, you can't be a queen. Now, I thought that when we're speaking of queens, since we're not talking of like actual royalty, okay, we're kind of talking about this some arbitrary title, if you will, that it's more about the type of person you are. So how you deal with other people, how you treat other people, are you kind, are you giving, do you hold down, you know what I'm saying, you hold down your family, do you maintain your family, do you do those kinds of things? I didn't know all of this was hinging on if you had a bonnet on at the airport or at the damn grocery store or at the mall, that, well, you're not a queen. So you could be a great mom, a great wife, or a great daughter, a great whatever, a great woman in your community, in terms of helping other people, all kinds of things. But since you have that bonnet on in public, you're not a queen. Like, what does that even mean? Like, that's what kills me about this. And that's why I don't have a problem with people choosing to use those terms like queen and king and things like that, because I like that much better than some of the other terms we might use for each other, like a B or N or whatever like that. But at the same time, like, people kill me with that, because they just move the goalposts constantly. Like, what is a queen? So now you taking people's queenship or queenhood from them because of a damn bonnet. Like, I don't understand this. And you're representing yourself as being the auntie, right? And the older women tapping the younger women on their shoulder. And the thing was that I was gonna mention too was the whole bathrobe. So wait a minute. You telling people about wearing sleepwear in public. Now you may not be in public, but you in public. Let's be clear. You in public. You on social media with over 1 million people that follow you. This story has went viral. So why are you in public? We could really put it like that in this day and age. Why are you in public with a damn robe on then? What kind of image are you helping to create? And the thing about Derek Jackson's wife, which is an excellent point. But see, to me, when I see women that are like she mentioned, airport, at the mall, whatever, with a bonnet on, I don't think that's as bad, if you will, than in the case of like the Derek Jackson thing. And I say that because how many people are going to see you at the mall? How many people are going to see you at the airport versus how many people will see you on the internet? How many times the video will be shared? How many times the video will be viewed? And the fact that, let's understand this, that once it's on the internet, it never goes away. It never goes away. I would far rather Black women wear bonnets in the airport, at the damn grocery store, than for like that situation with her. And she didn't have a bonnet on. And that was another thing. You know, people were attacking her about it being a bonnet, which I cleared up when we did the show. I think we did 2 or 3 shows, y'all, on that. But I cleared up, she didn't have a bonnet on, she had a hat. But to me, like how she was just kind of pulled and looked like she got put on there, and he always makes sure that he's together. He always makes sure that he's on point. And then we've seen, you know, images of the woman or women or whatever that he was dealing with, and they're presenting themselves a certain way. And then you ain't been putting your wife on video. You ain't been bringing her out, but now you gonna bring her out and you got her up here dressed like that. So that was more of a thing on like his behalf, that you would put your wife out there like that, when you always try to make sure your image is on point, that your muscles is showing, and you got the shirt on, the chain on, that you got your hair cut and whatever else to make sure that you're looking, quote, presentable. But then you gonna bring your wife and just, oh, she was putting the kids to bed or whatever, you gonna drag her out. And so I think it does bring a good point though. In that respect, I mean, we know that videos had to be viewed 1 million plus times, him and his wife. Monique's video in a robe has been viewed maybe 1 million times at this point, or at least hundreds of thousands of times at this point. But if a Black woman goes to the damn airport, traveling from this city to that city, that many people are not going to see her. It's not going to happen. It's not going to live in infamy or whatever on the internet forever because she went to the airport with a bonnet on. So at the end of the day, she was all over the place. At the end of the day, you know, the things that she was saying really didn't line up, because at the root of this is a concern about what these white folks gonna think about us, baby. What these white folks gonna think. And it just kind of like, it kind of just highlights, you know, certain types of thinking, in my opinion, we really got to get rid of. We really got to get rid of this respectability politics bullshit, excuse my French. That's got to be out the door. Because white people are going to see Black people however they want to see us. That's them. That's their problem. That's on them. It's not on us. Now, it would be more of a positive thing, in my opinion, if, like I said, you took it as far as the young women that are around you, and you try to make sure you reach them or teach them ways to be presentable and comfortable when they're in public or whatever. But you trying to give this whole message to the entirety of Black women is bullshit. And I don't like that. I don't like when people do that. You don't see any other group of people where you see things like this happen. Only with Black people, where somebody feel like they got to come out and address all Black people at one time. Well, y'all, we shouldn't be doing this. Well, y'all, now come on, y'all. We got to stop doing that. Listen, when I leave my house, am I representing Black people? Yes, in essence, yes. But when I say that, I mean in terms of like me dealing with other Black people, that I want to treat them with respect and kindness. I'm not viewing that from the lens of, well, white people gonna think this and that. I don't care. That's not my concern. So from that perspective, yeah, I can represent Black people, you know, on a certain level. But at the same time, I only represent myself within the Black community. Just like you have another Black woman, you have Muchacha, she represents herself. You have Monique, she represents herself. You have Miss FedEx, she represents herself as a Black woman. It's not one Black woman has to be the example or representation for all Black women. When you're talking about on an everyday basis. Now, if you're talking about representation and like media promotion or movies and things like that, that's different, right? Because a bunch of people are going to watch.
Let me ask the question. Name me the white people. Name me the white person that's the representation of all white people when they go out here dressed crazy. You see a whole bunch of white people going out here dressed crazy, and white people do not feel like that's the representation of all white people.
Nope.
You don't see white people going out here saying we gotta do this, that, and the third, and everything else. There's some white people out here who's dressed in a certain type of way. They don't deem themselves. They don't deem that as a representation of them. They just deem them as white trash and keep it pushing. They don't. They don't feel the need to do all that. But for some reason, we feel the need to do that, and that's the problem. Why do we feel the need to pretty much break our necks to make white people feel comfortable and shit?
Mm-hmm. Like call out other Black people.
Yeah. Like why? Because again, most of these people that do these call outs again are looking at the world through a white lens. Mm-hmm. They're looking at the world through a white lens, and they are seeing things that will turn white people off in the presence of white people, and then the Black guilt starts coming in, and then they feel like they gotta correct Black people so they can stop looking this way in front of white people, because that makes me look a certain type of way.
Exactly.
Because and this part is true. White people look at us as a monolith, right? Mm-hmm. That is how white people view us. Like, we have to keep that a buck. You know, one Black person robbed somebody, we all did it, right? One Black person killed somebody, we all did it. So that's how white people view us. And you got Black people out here who actually give a fuck about that. And to the point where they want everybody to be on their best behavior, look a certain type of way, keep themselves a certain type of way, so white people can stop viewing Black people a certain type of way, which that is never going to happen. So
it's not.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's never going to happen. It never has happened. It hasn't, and it won't. You know, people talk about, well, we got to stop killing each other. How we going to expect them to respect us if we don't respect ourselves? What does that mean? I respect myself. So what are you talking about? Until we respect ourselves. What does that mean? What does that look like? So you mean to tell me we can't expect to get respect, justice, anything like that until all Black people are perfect? Is that what you're telling me? Like, that's really what people are saying. Let's keep it a buck. As long as there is some Black person who committed a crime or some Black person who, quote, did something not respectable, then all Black people, it's acceptable for all Black people to be disrespected. It's acceptable for all of us to be seen as criminals. It's acceptable for all of us to be seen as dumb. Like, you know, this stuff is really
question in the chat. Musical Genius says, so telling young Black girls to stop running around outside all day with bonnets is to please white people. Is that what y'all saying? No. What I'm saying is Monique complaining about bonnets at the airport. is doing that to please white people. She ain't talking about the girl out in the corner store. That's not what she was talking about. She specifically said she was at the airport, not the corner store, not at the park, or any of that. She said at the airport, she saw a girl with the bonnet on, and that triggered her. At the airport, with white people around. Yes, that's what we're talking about. If you talking about the girl at the corner store, okay, then her outrage wouldn't be considered fake and fraudulent. But I didn't hear her complaining about the girl at the corner store.
Well, I'm going to answer that question for the most part, yes. Yes, so telling young black girls to stop running around outside all day in bonnets is to please white people. Is that what y'all saying? For me, yes, in many ways, yes. Now, why is it your responsibility to tell all these young black girls to stop wearing bonnets outside? Why is that your responsibility? Are they going to work? Are they going to a job interview with a bonnet on? Are they, because when you say running around outside, what do you mean? Running around outside where? And what age group are we talking about? Like, you would have to answer that for me. Like, as far as I know, wearing a bonnet is not against the law. I don't think that's breaking any law. So you would have to explain to me what you mean by that. Running around outside all day in bonnets. Now, I think for your daughter, your nieces, etc., then you can talk to them and let them know, hey, you don't need to have that bonnet on when you leaving the house or you going and doing this and that. I don't want to see you in that bonnet. Now, yeah, that's your role as, like I said, a father, uncle, or whatever in that capacity, right, of young women that may directly be connected to you. But in terms of just going out and feeling like you got to step to every black woman or young woman or whatever, or girl who has a bonnet on, I don't know how I feel about that. What is that supposed? What is that? I don't get that.
Yeah, I already said I'm not a fan of the bonnet. I'm talking about the purpose of a person making a video complaining about seeing this at an airport and on the public airways where white people can hear it and everything else. It wasn't just black people that heard that video. It wasn't just black people that heard that video, and she knows this. Remember, we talking about Monique here, the same person who called Roseanne Barr her sister multiple times. Shall I remind y'all? The same one who multiple times kept calling Roseanne Barr, and this is after Roseanne Barr made her statements, by the way, kept calling her sister and defending her and everything else, this, that, and third. Need I remind y'all who Monique is? Let me remind y'all who Monique coon ass is, because she ain't gonna because we ain't gonna sit up here. We got a bad habit of putting people in the pro-black box that don't belong there. Anybody who calls Roseanne Barr her sister and starts defending her after she demanded black people try to boycott Netflix for some racism, and then turns around and defends Roseanne Barr. I mean, like, we gotta remember who we talking about here. Like, she's totally said that because of how that black woman that she saw with a bonnet on her head looked in front of white people. This is totally why she said it. Remember who we talking about here. This ain't somebody who's in the hood and just went to the liquor store and saw some girl at the store with the bonnet on her head and was complaining. We talking about Monique right now. Let's remember who we talking about.
Okay, let me just address a few comments in the chat. Let me address a few comments in the chat. Okay.
Hold on. All right. Shout out to Elaine. She said, when dropping off kids at school, let's see, y'all said looking crazy was black culture, bonnets and PJs public is culture, and saying otherwise anti-black. All right. Shout out to Elaine.
Okay. So, yeah, shout out to Elaine. And, okay, so elders are supposed to offer words of wisdom to younger people. I don't have a problem with that. That's why I said more so the women in his family. He will be an elder to them, so he can impart some wisdom on them as well. But see, that's one of my things, is that sometimes we're so concerned about what's on people's head instead of what's in their head. And that's one of my issues with the hair conversation, because over the years, me and Psycho talked about this a lot of times, but in my opinion, like, you will see, I've seen so many Black women that are with white men that have locks in their hair, that have twist outs and other natural styles in their hair, no relaxers and all of that, right? But these women are with white men. I've seen sisters that had weave, that had a blonde weave, had a blue weave, or just had a straight weave in their hair, that are writers for the people, that, are really truly concerned about Black people and really truly speak out, speak up, and do what they can in their community for Black people. So again, it kind of goes to that thing of more concerned with what's on people's head than what's in their head. And in terms of like, so wisdom, yeah, but wisdom, wisdom can be about attire. But another thing is, and I'm not, again, making excuses for the bonnet, because like I said, it's not something I do. It's not something you would ever see me doing. But I respect other people's right to wear what they see fit, how they see fit to wear it. That's on them. I'm not going to make a blanket judgment overall based upon that. But you never know other people's circumstances. It's a lot of things that people don't know. So I don't think that's necessarily the wisest thing, to just go to somebody and tell them. And I mean, you can say things to people respectfully or whatever. But again, that's kind of like with time, different styles come and go, different things change. Like I said, another thing is, somebody mentioned in the chat, Musical Genius, I think it also said that he said, I saw a bunch of girls checking in a hotel as a result, and bonnets, they look crazy to me. Excuse me. And he was saying, it's not just at the airport, it's everywhere. Like I said earlier, I think because it's been the pandemic, that everybody, meaning all races and both genders, both sexes, have become way more casual, way more relaxed, if you will, in terms of what they wear. So you see way more people wearing slides than ever, flip-flops than ever, way more people wearing sweatpants, t-shirts and stuff. People are not really that dressed up anymore. People, weren't getting their hair done or certain things like that as much. So I think that as time goes along and the world gets a little more back to normal, you will see less of it. Not saying you won't still see it. You'll definitely still see it. I just think you may see it a little less because of the time that we're in and how kind of things are starting to change. It was one more thing. And Back to Love. Shout out to Back to Love. But Back to Love was saying, the brother who stopped some young boys from fighting should have minded his business. Okay. That don't have nothing to do with, how does that have to do with a bonnet? Like, that has nothing to do with that. Telling people to stop twerking on your furniture in your restaurant is anti-Black. No, it's not. It's not anti-Black to stop somebody from twerking on your furniture. In fact, you should have put that person out. That's not anti-Black. And stopping some young men from fighting, like I said, it's not like, I literally was just saying, it's not like wearing a bonnet is illegal. Is fighting illegal? Yes, it is. And they will get arrested for that, and they'll get a record or go to juvenile, whatever the case may be. So you can understand a man not wanting to see some young Black men go down that road. You know what I'm saying? So that's understandable in certain respects. Some people wouldn't get involved, some people would. That's understandable. That's not comparable to getting on a video to 1 million followers and telling people, hey, you're not a queen if you wear a bonnet to the airport or to anywhere in public. You're not a queen. That's not the same thing, in my opinion. It is her opinion, but those are two different things. And telling somebody to not twerk on the front, no, that's not anti-Black. It's not anti-Black at all. They should have been put out. when you feel like you can just talk to the entirety of a business, that you can cuss them all out. Basically, they all have to hear this and they all have to be spoken to a certain way. Then yeah, I feel like that's some anti-blackness there, because we feel like we gotta always talk crazy to Black people. And I feel like a lot of people, let me just say this real quick, I'm sorry. I feel like a lot of people don't recognize that. Like, we had this thing of, we think tough love, and I'm not saying Monique was super harsh or anything, and I'm not trying to go back and rehash the whole thing, but I'm just saying in general, we got this mentality that we gotta talk tough to Black people. We gotta talk tough to them, and we gotta really get on them, and we gotta, like, I don't understand that premise. Like, we can be talked to and spoken to with respect, and when people are not respecting you and your establishment, you get them up out of there. You put them out, you call who you need to call in that time, because now you've already let them know, okay, that's enough, and if they take it more, then hey, it's out of my hands. So I understand that aspect. So I wanted to point that out, but I'm sorry, go ahead, Psycho.
Nah. And like I was saying, I know I held position. I always held position. I'm not a fan of the bonnet thing. I've just never been a fan of the bonnet thing. And Elaine brought up the public school thing when that thing happened. If I remember that story correctly, the school was banning women from entering the school with a bonnet on their head, and that was the part I actually had an issue with. Yeah, that was the part I actually had an issue with, as far as like I don't agree with wearing the bonnet out the house, but I don't feel like a parent should be banned from going inside the school if they did have one on outside the house. You know, if that's how they want to look, that's how they want to look. I don't agree with the look, but I don't feel like I feel like banning them from going inside the school because they had a bonnet on their head is ridiculous. That it just is what it is. I mean, it's a bonnet. It's not like she's going in there nude or indecent or anything. She just got a bonnet on her head. It might look crazy to you, but it at the end of the day, I mean, how is that indecent? Like, you know, that's respectability politics for your ass right there. And so that I remember that was my position as far as the school part went. And what other story? Did we cover another bonnet story? I'm trying to remember another bonnet story we might have covered outside of it. And I know the Derek Jackson thing, we roasted the shit out of her for looking the way she was looking in that video. She got cooked. And
that's a bigger impact. You want to be on the internet forever. You in front of all of these people. Monique is in front of all of these people in a damn robe while she's trying to tell other people how to dress and not wear sleepwear in public. Oh, but it's okay because you on a video? Well, don't you know that video is going to live forever? Don't you know way more people are going to see your video in a bathrobe telling people not to wear sleepwear than people who are at the airport or at the grocery store with a bonnet on? Like, the hypocrisy is real. Like, this is crazy. It's crazy. But let me say this though. To Imuna, shout out to you, sis. Imuna Israel, and she said the issue topic is being conflated. Can we speak to sleep apparel being used as quote suitable public clothing? Are we serious right now? But see, okay, so this is my thing, right? I can't determine what somebody else can wear. I'm saying that I wouldn't do it. That's my point, is I wouldn't do it. But I'm not going to call out the masses of Black women behind that. Because I don't wear bonnets in public, but I saw some Black women wearing a bonnet in public. I'm not going to do that. And the thing is, when you say public, you say suitable public clothing. Well, most what's deemed as suitable in public is typically, what do they say? No shoes, no shirt, no service type thing, right? So usually you have to have on a shirt, pants, and shoes. Other than that, people wear all kind of things. People wear crazy hats. People wear bonnets that somebody will sleep in. People wear whatever. I wouldn't wear that stuff. I wouldn't wear a lot of this different stuff. I wouldn't wear it. But I'm not going to then, use that to go in on the people who choose to do that. That's my point. So, it's not suitable work attire. They're not going to wear that to work. Or like I said, they're not going to have a job. they're not going to probably do that in other aspects. But usually when people are when people are traveling, or people are just running really quick, like to get gas or running to the store really quick, that's most often when you see it. And I'm not excusing that, but I'm just saying, I'm not policing people's clothes. I'm not policing nobody's clothes but my own. I can't be responsible for all Black women wearing bonnets outside, but I don't think this needs to be made into this huge issue. I don't think all Black women need to be addressed because some Black women are wearing bonnets. I don't think so. Let people get through the pandemic, let things go. And again, it goes back to the thing of worrying about what's on somebody's head instead of what's in their head. As much knowledge as she can impart, on a lot of Black women about a lot of other things, we got to have this whole thing about the bonnet thing. And even in terms of, where does it come in that we can kind of help craft our own culture, if you will? Not saying it should happen, but for instance, we were talking about the do-rag. And Psycho mentioned how Allen Iverson was chastised for, all of the things that happened with that. And, but now wearing do-rags is more acceptable. Now you see professional athletes, like I was saying, at baseball and other people.
No. At basketball, they still have a dress code.
Maybe
that dress code still stands. And the thing I mentioned about the NFL with the bandanas around it, that rule still stands to this day too. Both of those rules still stand, and they both happened in the 90s.
Okay, well, maybe in basketball, but like I said, in baseball it's acceptable. Okay, in baseball it's acceptable, and I'm saying just kind of in society that has to be looked at. This is the worst Black man in history because he had a damn do-rag on. You see, I was just looking up a lot of images and stuff. I see Black men all the time, young Black men all the time with they do-rag on and twisted up, and they getting their waves or whatever the case may be. And they're regular, everyday, upstanding citizens who are Black men, regular, everyday people. I wouldn't know anything otherwise about them from what I know. So it's like, again, that whole thing has a lot to do with white people. I know people don't want to hear that. People don't necessarily want to believe that, but a lot of it has to do with that. Because if it didn't, why would the weight of what every other Black person do weigh on our shoulders so much? If we're not trying to make sure that we look good for white people in some aspect, then what, I don't get it. And then do people ever stop to think that sometimes when women are depressed, and men for that matter, but because men will do it with they getting haircuts and stuff like that, and some of them will put do-rags on when they not kind of maybe they feel a type of way. People can be depressed and not comb their hair. That's something that happens with a lot of Black women. Look into it. That's one of the first things you'll notice about a lot of Black women who are depressed is they won't take care of their hair. How do you know that some of these women, I'm not saying they all are like that, because like Musical Genius said in the chat, he was at a resort. So when these women checked in, meaning I'm sure they were flying in, driving in or whatever, they had their bonnets on when they got there. Okay, because more than likely they're in transit. But you might see somebody at the store or whatever with a bonnet on. How do you know that woman isn't depressed? How do you know that woman isn't struggling with some things right now? And then you got to come up to her, excuse me, sister, why you leave your house with a bonnet on, sister? And this is a grown woman. She might be struggling with some issues or anything. So you just putting it.
I don't think nobody's walking up to these people and saying,
Monique said that if she see you out, she'll come up and say something. And she said the older women need to do that too. So yeah, you might see, and some people might do, and some people do things like that. I'm not saying it's masses of people, but you will run into some older Black women especially, or they may be a little young, whatever. And they may say, excuse me, but more likely older, older Black women that's probably over their 50s or something like that, in their 50s and up. Maybe even 60s and up. they might come and say something like that to a woman, to a younger woman, or to a young lady. Excuse me, why you got, you never know people's circumstance. So my thing is, at the end of the day, Monique sat up there and said no judgment. No judgment? Huh? Do you realize you just contradicted yourself? You sitting up saying these women are not queens because they wore a bonnet in public. But you're not judging people? Like, make it make sense. The whole thing is built on judgment because you feel like that means they don't care about themselves. You said that in what you were saying. Like, so yeah, at the end of the day, our responsibility is not all black people.
It's kind of hard to, it's kind of hard to say they don't care about themselves because it done became a style now. It done became a style. It's
Exactly.
kind of like how do-rags became a style, and
Right, that was my point.
It done became a style. It's the style I don't like, but that's irrelevant to whether I like it or not. There's a lot of things that became styles that I don't fucking like, but it done became a style. It has, unfortunately. But it's just they make these bonnets now to match street clothes and to be more, you know what I mean, like to be more coordinated with the with your street clothes or whatever, which is weird, but that's kind of what society does, especially black culture. I mean, we was the first ones to make these goddamn coronaviruses mass fucking fashionable. We first one started doing shit to it and all this other shit, and everybody else followed suit. Like, it's kind of just what black people do. But I'm not a fan of. I'm not saying I'm a fan of it. I'm not saying my seed never did that shit, and my shorty could never be doing that shit. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan with the hair rollers wearing outside and everything else. I'm not a fan of that either.
Right. Women did that way back in the day. Women back in the 50s and stuff, sometimes when they would go out, they would have
as late as the 80s. They did that shit as late as the 80s.
But I'm just saying, people always try to act like everything's such a modern issue. So I feel like in the day's times, there's other options to do if you're having a bad hair day than wearing a bonnet. I just feel like I just feel like it's just not a good look. That's my personal opinion. It's not a good look. There's other options. Plenty of options you have, especially in the day's time. They have plenty of options for women, especially black women. Y'all creative, and y'all have plenty of options to cover up the fact that you having a bad hair day. And again, I'd much rather see you in a fitted cap than a bonnet on your head. That is just me personally. I'd rather see you with a scully on your head than a bonnet. I'd rather see you with a scarf or a head wrap on your head than a bonnet. The bonnet just like that, to me, that just shouldn't be worn outside the house, and it just looks crazy. It's like somebody trying to wear boxes for shorts. It just look crazy. It's like nah. Like, no. What are you doing? No. Yeah, I want to address a couple things. RP, you are so on point, and that's actually something I meant to mention when she said I was challenged by an elder black woman for wearing my hair naturally, so anything goes, I guess. That's something I want to point out. A lot of black women, even from Monique's era, and definitely black women before that, baby, they was the same ones that said wearing your hair natural, you're nappy headed. They was the ones saying, you better go get a perm. You better go get your hair relaxed. You better go get your hair pressed. Let's understand that too, because a lot of the ones that are saying that, they were all about straightening your hair and wearing your hair straight. That's why I said you can't help but some of this tainted by the idea of we all have to live up to some standard for white people. Because a lot of the same black women who hold these positions, now some of them have come around to the idea of being natural. Some of them are natural themselves, but it's still, part of that kind of older group of black women who came from that school of wearing your hair straight, wearing your hair relaxed, or getting your hair pressed. That, you know, being natural was being nappy, and that it was unkempt, it was unprofessional, it was not classy, it was not feminine, it was not ladylike. So you have different elements that can kind of play into this issue. And then I wanted to address, shout out to Kaba, and she said Adidas sweatpants and they Adidas slippers, men and women all wear it. Absolutely. So I guess if the bonnet had, you know what, if Adidas come out with bonnets, let's keep it funky. If Adidas come out with bonnets, if Nike come out with bonnets, if Jordan come out with bonnets, if any of these major designers, Versace, Dior, Gucci, Louis, if they come out with bonnets, it's going to be deemed more acceptable overall, especially because then you have major fashion houses, right, that are owned by white people at the end of the day, major fashion houses that are endorsing something. So that means it's going to become more acceptable in overall culture, if you will. And then you would have more white people. Oh, the new designer bonnet. Oh my gosh, this is a new Dior bonnet. So let's keep it a buck. If it had one of these big brands on it, it would be more acceptable. If they endorse it, they put it out, they come out with a new bonnet line every season, it will be seen as people would take kinder to it. Let's just keep it a buck. Okay. So explain to me, like, I agree, back to love, when you do what you want, you deal with the consequences. But what consequences? Like, what consequences should somebody get for wearing a bonnet in public? Like, what should the consequences for that be?
I think the consequences he's speaking about is the criticism.
Okay, so that's the consequence? I mean, anything is talked about. So anything can be talked about. Like, we're talking about how people of all races, we can talk about how people of all races wear pajamas, but at the end of the day, like, but really, what should really be the consequence? If we take just people having an opinion that they don't necessarily like it, what other consequences should people receive for wearing a bonnet in public? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I'm not a fan of it.
I'm not either.
I don't feel like women should get tickets for wearing them.
Right.
Like I said, it's a bunch of stuff women do. I don't like when women shave their eyebrows off and then draw them back in. I've done spoke on that many times. I hate when women shave off their eyebrows and draw them back in. I can't stand it. But do I think it should be outlawed? No. Am I going to make videos complaining about it, saying you should respect your eyebrow hairs and not shave them off just to try to draw new ones back in? And you need to stop disrespecting your eyebrow ridge like that. I'm not going to do all that. But what am I doing? Because those women ain't going to listen to me. They just going to turn around and attack me at the end of the motherfucking day just for saying it, you know, like just for thinking it. So it's like, so why bother? It's like, you know, they at the end of the day, they ain't hurting nobody but themselves and their image. But they actually not hurting themselves, they hurting their image, right? That's the only thing that's being hurt is their own image. And that's the image that they want to hurt. I mean, it's their image to hurt. Because I don't view black people as a monolith. I don't see a black woman on the street with a bonnet and then associate that with all black women out in the streets wearing bonnets. That black woman is out in the street wearing a bonnet. You know, that's how I view it. You know, so it's kind of like, you know, it kind of is what it is. Like, you know, I'm not a fan of it, but I'm just not going to. It's not something I'll trip over as far as like, you know, making a big stink about it. Even though, you know, again, as long as my shorty ain't doing it, if she was doing it, if my shorty was doing it, I would pull. Yeah, we gonna have to. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? You know, because she represents me, even though that's not me wearing the bonnet. That she's an extension of me.
Right.
She represents me, so I got an issue with her walking out the house with the bonnet on the head. You know, I got an issue with my seed walking out the house with a bonnet on the head. But a random girl out there doing it second, third, hey, that's on you. You want to look crazy, you just look crazy. Your image, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, that's just me.
And Musical Genius, I want to address a couple things in the chat. Musical Genius said both of you are sitting here saying you're not fans of it. Why are we telling people, but it's okay, no judgment? Okay, so we're saying we're not fans of it, but other people can wear what they choose. Like, I don't know, this is something that, okay, people act as if because we say something, that's going to make people do it. Like, people don't do that with anything else. Just like when we talked about like voting and stuff like that, that we don't support it, that we feel in terms of, you know, aligning with political parties. Vote locally, we support that. We don't support political parties, okay? And we said that people was, oh, y'all telling people not to vote. So because we say our stance, people are not going to vote. Okay, so why if we say, send all the money from your bank account to us, people ain't going to do that though? Like, I just want to understand it, because people act as if, you know, people will still make up their own mind. People will still make their own decision. If a Black woman who does not wear bonnets out the house gets up one day and she's like, well, I did hear Psycho and Renee, I think I'm aware about. No, people gonna make the choice that they want to make for them for their life. And that's all we're saying, is that it's on the person. We're saying that, I'm saying I wouldn't do it, but if another Black woman does it, that's on her. And I don't feel that I need to be judged by her or her judged by me because I didn't wear a bonnet and she did. Like, that's what we're saying. But back to Love said consequences of not, he said, when you do what you, oh, I'm sorry. He said, where is it? He said consequences not allowed entry to establishment. I really want to know, what establishments are you talking about? Because most of the time when you see women with bonnets, like we said, airports, maybe the grocery store, maybe the gas station or the corner store. So most of the time when women, as much as people talk about all these women that wear bundles and wear weaves, when they're going out to restaurants, when they're going out to parties, when they're going out to events, when they're going out to concerts or different venues like that, yeah, they gonna have their hair out. They gonna have that weave everybody talks about. They gonna have their weave out and they weave popping. Now, when they doing all of the stuff, getting to the venue, flying in, doing this, doing that, they'll have the bonnet on. So what, like, entry into what establishment? So because somebody has a bonnet on, that means, like, that justifies them not getting into, like, what do you mean?
You want me to open it up?
Oh, no, I was just asking. It's up to you. I don't know if you want
to. I can open it up for a little bit if you want.
Yeah, it's up to you. I'm cool either way.
Okay.
But yeah, I know I asked him a question, so he might want to, like, expound on it. So yeah. That means, like, that justifies him not getting it. And then I had gave Psycho some pictures. It's a lot of bonnets now that are very fashionable that look more so like scarves, and they have prints, and where you can dress it up as like a headpiece type of look. So just don't wear the damn bonnet outside. It's ratchet. They can wear it if they want to. Like, that's the thing I don't get. Like, I'm not wearing it. But if they want to wear it, that's on them. Like, yeah, I don't know.
links in the chat, family. If people want to come up for a little bit, y'all can.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just at the end of that's my stance on it. Is that, you know, men can wear what they see fit. I think, yeah, people will talk about it. So I understand that being a consequence. But in terms of like people not getting in somewhere, like, I don't know what that means. Like, that's my question about it. Like, entry where? Like, where should a person not be allowed because they have a bonnet on? Now, I understand, like I said, but most of the women that do that or girls that do that, they're not going to a club, a concert, a restaurant, a this and a that with the bonnet on, because that's why they got the bonnet on, protecting their hair for when they go to their event or to their whatever. So I don't see that really being a factor as far as that. So it's like, what then? Because like I said, most people do that running errands. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't wear a bonnet to you know, to an actual event. Like, they run it to they wear it to run errands. Typically.
Yeah, I always wish they would put a hat on their head. Like I said, I'd much rather them have a fitted up on or something.
Yeah.
I much prefer that. Like that. It is, yeah. I'm just not.
You know, y'all, it's been times where I'm not either. That's why I'm keeping it a buck. I wouldn't do it. I don't do it. I haven't done it. Y'all, listen. It's been times where I had my hair done. I was going to do something later. I had to do, or like I had to go to work later or something. And I had to go run to the store, or I had to go run and pick somebody up or do something real quick. And it's like, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I could not bring myself, and again, that's just me. But see, I can understand that what I do is not what all women would do. I can understand that what I do is me. That's what I do. You know, so for me, I can't do it. But, you know, other women can. I'm like, damn, this would be so, I could just quickly run right now. And I'm like, nope, I can't do it. I can't do it. Can't do it. That's basically all Monique was saying was what? Like, she, you know, she chose to tell the whole world.
I just got an issue with her motivation for saying it. That's what I got an issue with her motivation for saying this. Because again, she said this because she felt shamed around white people. Not because it was a fashion statement. This had little to do with a fashion statement and more to do with how that black girl looked around white people and how she felt that made her look as a connection to her. It's because again, white people see us all as one big group and feel some type of way about that. Peace, Nappy. What's going on? How you?
Yeah, what's going on, y'all?
Peace, Nappy Yankee.
Peace. Yeah, I just wanted to say a quick thing. Listen, let's face it, if it wasn't this, it would be something else.
Yeah.
Right? It was never good enough. I mean, okay, if we're wearing a bonnet, so I guess we look like, she's basically saying the women would look like Aunt Jemima. She's thinking of like people who are, just think of like black women in the hood, like really in the hood, Section 8, just going out wearing anything. And she basically just sees it as, oh, well, you need to look like a queen. Well, I guarantee if they were iced up, you complain about that. All right, it's just we're constantly like, okay, we get rid of the bonnet, they get rid of the bonnet, then what? You know, this is why I love LeBron. LeBron basically, in my opinion, wears a do-rag just to troll people, because let's face it, his hairline is going back to his ears at this point. I mean, he's just, dude, can y'all hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, his hairline is going back to his ears. I mean, he basically has no hairline at this point, and he wears a do-rag. He does it basically to troll white folks, in my opinion, because and there's nothing you can really say about dude. But the whole bonnet thing, I mean, Monique, I don't know why people see her as this major radical. She's like a radical integrationist. All right, she's always been that way, and you know, she has some gripes here and there, but this is basically what this is based on. And for some reason, now that she says it, and now mixed in with, you know, the recent Kwame Brown and his fuckery, it's just now this bombardment of respectability that people are throwing at us. And again, if it wasn't this, then what? Okay, then you're not wearing a bonnet, then what? Then if they decide to wear their hairstyle a certain way, then, oh, you shouldn't wear your hair like this. I mean, it's just enough already, man. And the bonnets itself, to me, it just depends on, it's a style. To me, it's nothing more than a style. But okay, you get rid of the bonnets, then what? You know, what were they saying when blacks were wearing lumberjack suits and Hawaiian suits and all this? It's always something. It's always something. I'm just done with it, man, for real.
And you 100% right. When you said if it wasn't this, it would be something else. And that's the thing too. Like, that's what I mean is, like, black people have to constantly be policed. You know, we have to constantly be policed. Like, what they wear? Oh, why they have that on? Or, oh, well, this and that. Oh, because again, a lot of, and I know in this day and age when, you know, a lot of people claim not to, you got a lot of feedback, Nappy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, when a lot of people have this, you know, well, we don't care about what white people think. But y'all, we're not far removed from any of that. Yeah, a lot of people do. A lot of people really do care what white people think. They think it's embarrassing. They get embarrassed by other black people. They get embarrassed when they see so-called ratchet black people. That's where a lot of that, the mentality about, oh, darn it, I think I closed it. But I was gonna address something with that, but that's where a lot of this idea of the whole ratchet thing, you know, we gotta call out all the ratchetness, and because some of that is not due to white people. It's just us calling out stuff that's like, okay, yeah, that's crazy, we're not doing that. But some of it is done to make a distinction, to make a separation between ourselves and other black people, because we don't want all black people lumped in to be looked at one way by non-black people, by whites and other non-black. And, you know, I think that we have to start identifying where some of those places where we have some of those respectability politics type mentalities, we got to start identifying some of that within us, because it's there, you know. And like I said, you can just look back in some generations and see how people felt about things that we could, you don't want no nappy head, you know, that was a big thing amongst black women. You don't want a nappy head, you don't want a nappy head, you know, and yeah, go ahead.
My thing is, when will black people learn? Here's what'll happen. Monique's gonna put this down, there's gonna be people to rally behind her. Yeah, we need to straighten ourselves up. And some white person, some crafty white person is gonna look at the bonnet, and they'll say, "Oh, that's a cool bonnet," and they'll make millions off that style. Okay, instead of embracing it and saying, "Look, this is our style," and somebody saying, "Look, I'm gonna make a bonnet business," just like they did with twerking, just like they do with rap, just like they do with our music. Okay, they bash rappers. 10 seconds later, Eminem is the greatest rapper that ever lived. All right, it's just this is like wash, rinse, and repeat. When will they learn? Who cares about a bonnet? Who gives a shit? And plus, she said the airport. I mean, especially if you're in between fights. I mean, you're sleeping. I mean, who gives a shit? she is. I mean, people are making her out to be this radical. She can be an absolute clown. She really is.
Yep.
Really. By the way,
Absolutely.
just to shift gears, since I got you both up here, I am still trying to get that dude, that reverend, to debate you, Renee.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to catch up with him. I don't know if he's avoiding you or not, but he had made a statement, and I spoke about it. This term that I first heard this week, heterosexism. Have you ever heard that?
Oh gosh.
Have you ever heard that term?
No.
Yeah.
I might have, and I might, but not really. No. That I can really. Yeah.
It's basically
heterosexism. Oh God.
It's basically, it's basically heterosexuals trying to, assuming that everyone out there is a heterosexual, and they're trying to, they're trying to inflict their heterosexualism on someone who may not be a heterosexual. That's basically what it is. And he talked about that, and I'm like, and I spoke about it on my platform. I said, that's just another way to, because he accused black men. He really implied that black men were doing that to homosexuals. So that's another thing to blame on us. Which I have a problem with. So yeah, heterosexism. So yeah, y'all need to sit down and debate, because and I think the thing with him, his sister is a lesbian, right? So I think that's what it's based off. But my question when I saw her is, who may have molested her, right? I don't know if like Billy Porter. I don't know if you heard the news how dude's been living with the monster for about 7 years. So he went on Tamron Hall and he told his story, and he was saying that, they always saw me as a sissy, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay. Then he said his mother married this dude, and when he was like 5 or 7, and the guy was molesting him from 7 until 14.
See? Mm-hmm.
You know? So, and listen, obviously, that was a dude. Okay, so it twisted him sexually, because we can make the same case that Chris Brown, he was also molested at 5 years old from a woman. So, but no, he never brings that up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So so this is why I want to, he brings that up, but he never talks about rape on his platform. So I think that. Go ahead.
Well, you just made me think about something that's like in reference to that guy. Like I told you, I watched some of his videos. Like, oh my gosh, yeah, he's deep in. He's deep in terms of that's like his whole battle is on some like defending LGBT and defending trans people and all of this kind of stuff. So he's deep into that. But when you were just talking, you just made me think about something, which was one of the reasons why my YouTube account years ago, like now about 8 years ago or something like that, was deleted. Because now I'm mentioning this because we are talking about with the bonnets. I brought up a lot of black people are concerned what white people think. And, we do have a need to kind of, impress them or whatever. But I don't know, this all just was coming into my mind because I did a video and it was titled something like, "The White Man Taught You How to Suck D," okay? And it was talking about, it was talking about the homosexual black men. And I was making the case that, a lot of the sexual deviance, the sexual deviancy came from our people being, oppressed, came from our people being enslaved, came from our people being, under white supremacy. and the fact that they could do to us whatever they wanted. And that included the raping and molestation of Black men and Black boys. A lot of people talk about the women or the girls a lot, but they don't talk about that it happened to Black boys and Black men. They don't talk about the little Black boys they put on sex farms and did things. So I think that a lot of our those types of things, it made its way into the community, and a lot of the people today will not admit that some of them will, but whenever you bring up the molestation aspect, a lot of them will try to act like, oh, well, that's, even if they acknowledge that it did happen to them, they will say that's not why they're gay. They will refuse to acknowledge that would have had any role in them being LGBT to this day because they were molested or because they were abused. Now, every person molested won't be that, but among those who are, many of them have a common background with having been molested, and it's been able to kind of go on in the community, on the low for a long time. And I think a lot of it originated back with that, but yeah. I don't know, that just made me think about that.
Well, people need to understand too, nobody wants to admit that they were either molested or raped. Right. So this is why, like with the Cosby thing, when people were saying we're going after those women, and there was some, I'm sure, like opportunists, but there were women like, why would they don't want to admit that shit, and they just went up and they were like, this is what happened here and there. And the Cosby's not the worst. I mean, to just keep it a buck, but most people are not going to admit that shit. So what with him, and again, I haven't been able to pin him down, but dude never brings up rape. And I think that is important. There's another chick, by the way, now that you mentioned about the history of that, a lot of times the history does get hit because, as you know, the Tulsa's 100-year anniversary, I don't know if you watched the woman, the survivor, give her testimony.
Yeah, I think some of it.
She was saying, and I couldn't believe it, she said that they were telling her that never happened. She was there. She was there at 7, and she
still remembers.
She smells all her senses. She smells it. She saw the body. She saw the planes. And there's this one YouTuber. I'm not even going to give her any pub, but she's clearly like, I'll call her a Kwame Republican. Let me put it like that. And her name is Maya. Get that. But she put up a post saying that, a lot of that stuff was embellished, and they brought old people up there who they could have coached and everything. I'm like, bro, what?
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's ingrained in that woman's memory. That's ingrained in their memory.
Now,
they saw that, they experienced that. She spoke about it, just clearly today, she's over 100 years old.
Yes.
Talked about seeing the bodies and everything. She remembered all of that.
Not just
she remembered all of that.
Not just that. They took everything from this chick, and she had to go back and work for white folks and as a servant. And they made millions off of that shit. All right.
Yep.
Maybe I should get that girl, or maybe you guys. I don't know what you debate on or what have you, but she's like, this chick is, maybe I should try to.
Yeah, she's and she loves Kwame. I seen some things.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about exactly.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we were actually gonna have a debate, but it kind of fell through. Yeah, okay. She's wacky as hell.
Really?
She's a nut.
You know how I met up with her? She is a.
She owes me some money too.
Oh, you guys know this chick? Okay, because she's a mod over on Dinah's channel, and that's how I saw her. And then I went to her channel, and she was saying some greasy shit about Tariq. I'm like, okay, yeah, this chick, I like this chick. And then I saw some of the other shit she put. I'm like, yo, wait a minute, what is this?
Yeah, she be trolling. She owed me some fucking money too. I
Is she
whooped her
trolling?
ass in the motherfucking debate. She talked about she paid $3,000 and somebody beat her in the debate. I whooped her ass and then she still ain't paid me. Like, where the hell is my motherfucking money?
Yo, this chick, listen, this chick is, and by the way, she was on Kwame Brown's live, and that dude has been making the rounds. Kwame's been lurking.
Yeah.
He actually, I made a video about him. He commented in my video. I'm like, oh shit, this dude's been
Really? Well, he sure didn't comment on our video, and I know he seen it. I know he be around the space. He be around the area.
Oh, he's lurking everywhere. He is lurking everywhere. Listen, that dude is running game. He may have those beliefs,
hell
but
yeah.
he's definitely running game. He knows what's going on, and he separated himself from Tommy because that women are hitting up his DMs. So I mean, this dude is running game. So it's interesting to see where he goes to from this point. But that dude is running major game.
I mean, my thing is like all these people jumped on this Kwame Brown train. Like, did y'all even look into anything about this man? What this man has been saying? This man has been saying the most coonish thing.
Yep.
Over a year ago, whenever he started his show, it's so many videos, it's so much damning information and things that he said about black people, dragging the hell out of black people. Now he's sitting up acting like he give a damn about black people. He's the one who defends Candace Owens. He loves Candace Owens. He loves all of them coons and all of them people. He was definitely down with Trump and all that. Yeah. He's down with it all. And now you seeing a lot of white people come around because white people looked into the stuff that he's been saying, and some of them been knowing about him and his political views for a little while. So they love him because they know what he's really about. He talked about Breonna Taylor, basically justifying her being killed because in the past she happened to have dated somebody who sold drugs. So that somehow justified them coming there and shooting and killing this woman. I mean, he talked about black women. He dragged the hell out of black women. Let's keep it a buck. And now I seen him sitting up here recently. Oh, and shout out to the black women and this and that. And that's one of the reasons he kind of distanced himself too with Tammy, because as he's getting some more mainstream exposure, especially if they get him in like in a job, like if he gets to work for a network or he gets something like that, you can't be all now. Hold on, cause Tammy stuff is right down your throat. It's down your throat. It ain't innuendo. It ain't. Well, he kind of said no. Tammy is right in your face about black women. He don't bite his tongue none. He dogs and drags black women. So he kind of been distancing himself, I guess, from him and or whatnot, because that's gonna hurt his opportunities in the future for money with bigger networks or doing bigger things if they can tie him to him. Yeah.
You know what? Let me just say this, because you guys, it's good that a lot of people caught that early. Like you caught it, we caught it. You know, I know Nala's been dragging them and other people as well. But a lot of people need to be careful with like dudes who like him. Like there are a lot of dudes who you see from the hood who, you know, they got the verbiage, they got the vernacular and stuff. They come off with a certain swag, and they're more coonish than the freaking, that Wayans character, those Wayans brothers characters on Living Color, more coonish than Brian Gumble. They're like really true self-hatred, and a lot of people don't even catch that, So with Kwame, he's from, he comes off like a dude. He's from the block. He's got the swag. He's got, you know what I'm saying? And people think that he's down, but this guy is really like a white supremacist in blackface.
Absolutely.
And, you know what I'm saying?
He said on the video, he said, man, cause y'all niggas, man, oh. He said, Man, if y'all see me one day around here looking like Michael Jackson, you know why. He said, matter of fact, I think I got a white spot right here on my pinky. I think I got a white spot, y'all. I think my color about to change. And he was, it was a joke, but he was for real at the same time. Cause you niggas with so much vitriol.
The problem with him, he's talking too much. And when you talk long enough and too much like him, you start to see other shit. Like he said in one of his videos, like, oh, why Kwame, why are you saying shit now? Well, I couldn't say anything when those dudes were paying me and everything like that. But meanwhile, he wants to run, to run, what's the name, Charlemagne off of his job, talking about him. And by the way, this just shows how much of a coward dude is. Because I still, dude, you were in the league for 13 years. You kept your mouth shut, and people are trying to make it out of strong silence. But wait a minute. Okay, I understand Washington and LA and Detroit and Philly and Charlotte, all the other teams that you were playing for and shit because you were freaking journeyman. But Stephen A. Smith wasn't paying you. All right?
Nope.
Kobe wasn't paying you.
Nope.
Right? Mark Barnes. This dude is an absolute coward. By the way, his YouTube channel was opened in 2013. All right? How much fuck shit did Charlemagne do over from 2013 till now? And you said nothing? So this dude what he wants us to do, he clearly wants people to just stop talking about basketball because he wants us to lay off his career.
Because he already knows he can't defend that bum ass motherfucking career he done had. He can't. He know if the second he tries, he's going to look foolish. Yeah. Because again, motherfuckers got stats, they got numbers, they got the footage, they got testimony from his former players, they got testimony from analysts, the experts. Everybody will tell you that Kwame Brown was a complete bust and failure in the NBA.
And he didn't work. He didn't work on his craft. That one clip that you showed of him missing those 4 free throws. Now, keep in mind.
In a row on the same foul. Foul.
But it's not only that. Think about it. Like Shaq was a bad free throw shooter, but this is at the end of the game. Dude is beat up. They would hack that dude to death, and he still have to, like, under a pressure game, make those shots. This dude in that clip, this is at the beginning of the game. They were stepping into the box, so they were giving him free shots, and this dude was missing each one. So this dude clearly doesn't, and Stephen A. Smith was right. You didn't work on your craft. He didn't work on his craft at all. He basically stole money. This is why he's moving folks away from, we're talking about this, and and you know what else is really rich? Jason Fatlock. All right, there are a lot of these dudes, Jason Whitlock and ABL and all of them.
Oh, they're cool. Those cool.
But check it out, Jason Whitlock jumped on this. He recently had an interview with Tommy. I didn't hear it, but of course, he's like, yeah, we need to hear more from a young man like this, and he has a lot to say, blah, 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 kissing his ass. Meanwhile, this dude cannot stop criticizing LeBron, okay? And all LeBron does, I'm not looking for LeBron to save me or anything, but at least he speaks out and shows that he shows empathy towards what's happening to the common man. I'm not saying that dude's going to save anybody, but at least he shows he cares. Here LeBron is married to one woman, no scandals, whatever, and you got Kwame Brown saying, oh, LeBron needs to get out and speak about, black men staying with their woman and these families and shit. I mean, my nigga, how many baby mamas do you have? And meanwhile, Jason Whitlock is sitting down championing him. Do you see? Right. I mean, all this shit is just. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Jason Whitlock can kick rocks. You already know why he's doing what he's doing. And I gotta ask Seth K in the chat a question. If Kwame Brown is not a bust, then give me an example, because this is hilarious, you motherfuckers who hold this position. If Kwame Brown is not a bust, now you have to give me an example of who an NBA bust is. I need a name. You have to tell me somebody who is an NBA bust. Because you just said Kwame Brown is not that. So now give me a name of somebody who is an NBA bust. If Kwame Brown is not that. I'll patiently wait for your answer. Because I need to know these things. Because y'all dudes who sit up here and try to bend and twist history. And I get annoyed when people do this with ancient history. I got to deal with this crap. I got to deal with motherfuckers with they made up history from the 1800s and the non-existence of slavery and all this other little book. But you motherfuckers are literally trying to reinvent history that just happened like 45 years ago. Y'all are literally trying to reinvent history that happened this century.
But
this is like we are not in the internet era. Kwame Brown did not play his entire career in the social media internet era. Like this is insane. I need a name. What basketball was y'all watching? I need to know these things. Seriously.
But see, here's the thing.
My mind with this stuff. I need to know it.
But see, here's the thing, though.
He made millions and lasted a decade. Then he wasn't a bust. Okay, I'm glad you hold that position. Hold that thought. I still need a name. Give me a name of who is an NBA bust. I'm glad you just said that, though. Remember you said that. Now give me a name of somebody who's an NBA bust. You can't speak for anybody else, but dude lasted and is paid. Okay, everybody in the NBA is paid. That means nothing. Everybody's in the NBA is paid. The question is, did they earn their money? Now, the question is, did Kwame Brown earn that money? Now, again, if he's not a bust, you need to give me a name of somebody who is. Yeah, give me one player. Give me a player. Give me a name. Give me a name. Somebody has to qualify as a bust. I mean, this is a term for a reason. It's a term for a reason because these players exist. And you're saying Kwame Brown is not one of them. So give me somebody who is and who falls under that description of a bust. So you think they're all successful. That's not true. They all are not successful. And I'm gonna give you a news flash because you're probably not a basketball fan, or maybe you just a casual fan, and maybe you haven't been watching the NBA for very long. But I'm gonna tell you, a 6'11" dude lasting a decade in the NBA is not that impressive. There's a whole slew of Negroes who are 6'11" and better who lasted a decade solely because they are 6'11" and better. Huh?
Now this is
Christian Laettner played 13 years in the NBA. And Christian Laettner is widely known as a bust. But he played 13 years in the NBA and averaged twice as many points as Kwame Brown. That's what that bust did. And he lasted over a decade. You got bums like the fruitcake Jason Collins. Jason Collins lasted 12 years in the league. Nobody would sit up there in their right mind call Jason Collins a Hall of Famer.
Now,
nobody would call him an all-star. That motherfucker was just a big body. That's all he was. If you are 6'11" and better, you can last a decade in the league just because you are 6'11" and better. You ain't even got to be good. You ain't even got to be good. Now, if he was 6'5" or 6'6", and he lasted a decade in the league, then you can probably make that argument. Because a 6'6" bust is not going to last a decade in the league. But there's plenty of 6'11" and better busts that has lasted a decade in the league. So that's not saying nothing. That's really not.
And Jason Collins.
How long did I last? I'm not 6'11". If I was 6'11", I would have lasted over a decade in the league and made more money, and I would have made some All-Star games. Because if you want to give him credit for being 6'11", then go ahead. He was 6'11". Bravo. Everybody give him a golf clap. He was 6'11", right? He was like 1% of the black community that happened to be 6'11" and was able to make the NBA. Congratulations. That's the only reason why he made it. He ain't make it because he was good. If that motherfucker was 6'2" like me, I would have bust his ass. If he was 6'2" like me, I would have cooked Kwame Brown. I would have dunked in his fucking face. I still would dunk in his face when he was 6'11". I promise you, I dunked on people bigger than him. I got 7-footers on my motherfucking hit list, on my resume. And I got people who could give testimony to this. All right? Just FYI, if he was 6'2", I'd have cooked him. If I was 6'11", I'd have lasted longer in the league and people wouldn't have called me no bust either. That's the motherfucking show. I made a bum. And I'll cook you. You want to play for some money? I'll cook you. How about that? I'll cook you on the court. Straight up. Cook the shit out of your ass. You fucking with the right one. You think I don't play? I'll show you, motherfucker. I'll show you. I'll cook your ass. How about that, motherfucker?
and speaking about Jason Collins, by the way, who scored almost he scored 2,600 points over 13 years, which is, worse than Kwame, but dude has a bust in the National African American Museum in D.C. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yep.
For being gay, right?
Why? Because he likes men.
For being gay, right?
Yeah. Kwame, if anything, I mean, Kwame could be there for being Jordan's first pick, to be honest. But that whole museum, I don't know if you've been there, but that museum, man, and a lot to say on that. But yeah. But yeah, the only thing with Kwame though, when Kwame gave the narrative of how the trade went down, that changed my thinking about him being a bust. Not that, I think he's more of a scrub in the league. A bust is someone like a Ryan Leaf who's brought to save the franchise. I don't remember him being brought in to save the franchise.
Right.
So
no,
go ahead.
Yeah. Real quick, let me shout out to Elaine. I missed her super chat, just seeing it. She said, my bad, let me scroll up just a little bit. Okay, she said a bust in NBA terms is the equivalent of a one-hit wonder in music. Not quite. Because a one-hit wonder actually had shine for a little while and then fell off, right? That would because in order to be a one-hit wonder, that would be me saying that Kwame fell off. He was good, and then he fell off kind of like Derrick Rose, right? Derrick Rose would kind of be the equivalent of a one-hit wonder, right? He had a couple of good years, and boom, he bottomed out, right? Like this motherfucker never had his time to shine. So he was a motherfucker who never had to hit. He was just a motherfucker. He was a motherfucker who got a major deal, but never made the top 100 Billboard and shit. He was a waste of money. That's the fuck he was. So yeah, they didn't even get a one-hit wonder out of him.
Like Jay Electronica, I bet. Like kind of. Not even I guess he's like him. But yeah, I mean, the thing with him, he's more of a scrub. But see, again, he's trying to shift this away from basketball. Like when he had that first rant, he was talking about, oh, you didn't see those picks, and you didn't see those picks, and you didn't see all these the pics I did and all the little stuff I did, I'm like, bro, you know, people, that's not what, you know, he really doesn't have any highlights when you think about it, you know, online. So, yeah, but with that dude, I'm just glad people kind of sniffed him out, man. And I think that right now he's just trying to run some game, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
He's definitely trying to run a game. And he's saying like, dang, I can start getting some money, more money. Not saying he don't have money, you know.
Oh, he got money.
But he, you know, I can, cause see, I mean, this whole social media thing, it's addictive, you know, to a lot of people. When they just come on there and they just blow up, just out of nowhere, you know what I'm saying? Like, people are like, oh, more, you know what I'm saying? Cause this man, like we said on our show we did the other day, this man did like over 25 videos within 1 week.
Yep.
Within that first week, he did all of these videos. Like, it was insane. And it's like, you know, damn, and everybody keeps talking about, like you said, they trying to chalk it up to him being strong and silent, you know. No, when he didn't speak out, when he had them checks come, like when he was still actively playing, he didn't speak out then. Now all of a sudden he speaks up, he got so much to say, but he ain't said nothing about, with the exception of Skip Bayless, I didn't really see him go in too much on any white commentators or any white people who had things to say about him, because these white sports commentators, I'm sure, had a lot of things to say about him.
Of course not. Of course not.
He's full of crap.
Yeah, so...
And then all these people, you know, they trying to make it like he's... now people are trying to say he didn't take the oath, right? Because these are the same people who say, oh yeah. These are the same people now who say, go look on some of his videos. They said he's putting his life on the line. These people said, and I got blocked. These people said that Kwame Brown is putting his life on the line to come out and speak out. We've got to protect him at all costs. This man, he must didn't take the oath. He made them mad. He made them... What are y'all talking about? First of all, he ain't putting his life on the line for nothing. This man is mad at people who talked about him. What is he saying or doing that's exposing anything? He's mad at Stephen A. Smith. He's mad at Matt Barnes. He was mad at Steven Jackson. He was mad at people and he was mad at Charlamagne for exposing his family business. Okay, so what is he doing that's helping humanity? Because he's saying to go along, get along gang. What does that mean? That don't mean a damn thing.
And people are starting to use that a lot. I'm tired of people.
Yeah.
Now they're using that a lot. And
Mama's cooking.
Yeah, he had a video. This was way before any of this happened, where the title of the video was, I left the NBA when it started becoming woke. I did not even press the video, but I already knew what that was about. This was this happened like 7-8 months ago. I left the NBA. I'm like, no, bro, you got pushed out. I mean, you didn't leave, and you left because you had to leave.
Right.
I mean, yeah. So you kind of know where this dude's head is at. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
absolutely. But
people trying to make him pro-black, and he had Judge Joe Brown on there, and you know, now they trying to, he cares about the people. Man, get the hell out of here. This dude was just sitting here dragging black people a month ago. He was sitting here doing the most a month ago and consistently doing it. Because people keep saying, he was quiet for this many years. No, he wasn't. No, he was not. Like, y'all say he was quiet because y'all didn't know about him, nor did I. But when you go back and look, he's been talking. He's been saying things.
And keep in mind, he was very close to becoming a Charlamagne incident himself. Okay? This was back like 3 years after.
Yes, he was.
3 years after Charlamagne was accused, supposedly did that, or obviously did. But in 2004, this dude got caught up himself. So, you know, I mean, And if he wasn't a basketball player, who knows how the narrative would have been. So, like I said, this dude is talking a whole lot.
But you notice something? I never hear him talk about that.
No, he doesn't. Doesn't talk about that. He talk and in that Rihanna video, he was talking about, oh, I got a bunch of I got baby mamas and they're killing me with the child support. But you know, that woman, those women, they're to blame as well. I mean, I think if he doesn't keep his mouth shut, one of his baby mamas may come out and drag him. So he's just doing a whole lot.
She was sued by one of them. Yeah, and they act like these people, and see, that's what kills me about these people. They act so moral, like these people acting like Kwame, he's so moral, and he's so this, and he's so that. Kwame has never been married. He has multiple children by multiple women. Yeah. Okay? He has 3 children with one woman. Now, you didn't even marry her. You had 3 babies. And let me say this is not my talking point. Right. I don't care about this. I don't focus on things like this. That, you know, that's their business or whatever. But the people, that's my point. Is that he's a hypocrite, and so are these other people that support him. They're the main ones who push respectability politics talking points. Yeah. And he definitely pushes it big time. But look at his track record. Look at him having all of these. And then me and somebody was going back and forth about this. And they said, oh, well, he learned from, you know, he was really young. He was super young. No. One of his daughters, he said in his own video, was 5. He's down there 40. So he was 30-some years old when he had her and is still not married. So make it make sense. Because if that was anybody else who was pro-black, let that have been a real pro-black man, and he had that same situation, they would be killing him. They will be talking about how you didn't marry your baby mamas. You didn't take care of your kids. How you have 3 babies with one woman and children with all these other women, and you didn't marry nobody. Oh, they will kill him.
Listen, he's the flavor of the month right now. Just imagine if Klay Thompson came out and just went full RBG and just started talking a bunch of RBG talking points. People would flock to that like, damn, that's his black side talking. This dude is like renouncing his whiteness and shit. That's all that is, man. He's the flavor of the month, and I guess he's gonna ride the gravy train. And yeah, man, that's all that is. But that chick though, I didn't know you knew that chick. And she, by the way, she also debates what's his name, RBR, from what I've seen. So, I mean, let me ask you this. I mean, what subject would you debate her on? Because she put up a post. Well, she put up that post. She put up a post about George Floyd, how she blamed him. So, if it could be set up, what was the subject you debate her on?
I think, Psycho, what was it? I think it was supposed to be. It wasn't the black on.
I never really got around to finishing that topic or whatever. She was BSing. She ain't want no smoke.
Yeah.
Is she serious or is she just trolling? Because
she's trolling, man. She's trolling. Most of that shit, she don't even believe half the shit she say, and she just, you know, she's race hustling. She's race hustling. It's very obvious.
But her platform ain't that big. And I saw her invite this.
But she's trying to grow it now. And she's trying to grow it via, you know, race hustling. You know, like, you know, she decided to take that route. You know, the whole pro-black thing wasn't working out for her. So, you know, she switched it up.
Oh, she used to be pro-black?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she was allegedly, you know, air quotation pro-black. Yeah.
No, Mayat is obviously, you know, that's...
Yeah, that's where that's why she got that name.
Yeah.
That's why she got that name. She used to be over there in the conscious community and everything else over there. On the channel and the chat, and she used to follow SETI and all these other people and everything. Yeah, all that.
Last time I saw her bring this white Trump. This is like a true Billy Bob, a trumpet. And she was giggling, and I'm like, okay, this is when I just started seeing what she was. I'm like, okay, there's something weird about this. So she really is trying to get that. That's just weird to me, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird. That is weird, man. But to go out and just go full Candace Owens and throw black people under the bus and say what she said about Tulsa the other day, how that they were getting coached.
Wow.
And that wasn't. No, you got to go to her community section, read her last post in Tulsa. I'm like,
Okay.
is this real? I mean, maybe you can read it now. Maybe you can look at it now. I mean, I'll read it for you, but it was really short. And hold on a second, because that shit just blew my mind. I'm like, okay, is this woman serious? But
wow, she's a clown.
Here it is. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. It's amazing how much of the Tulsa story has been exaggerated. I know that history like the back of my hand, and I never read anything in the pages of history that said black people were rounded up and placed into camps, which did happen. Also, the fake news failed to state the reason for the Tulsa riots. This is not to say the reason for the riot was justified. The white woman admittedly lied on Emmett Till, claiming that he catcalled or whistled at her. Now, in those days, race relations were different, and white people took offense based on the white woman's lies, and the wrongful riots began. Why does she keep saying fake news? The fake news left that part out, and I find it highly comical how the fake news finds old, brittle, how they fake news finds old, brittle individuals to roll out on center stage as if they are accurate witnesses after all these years.
Oh, wow.
The truth is that they are easily coachable. That woman is 107 and she's still struggling to pay her bills.
Wow.
107. All right? So she said, roll out center stage as if they are accurate witnesses after all those years, as if they are, and the truth is that they are easily coachable and programmable, and they have been coached on what to say in front of the cameras. Yo, PSA to the establishment. It is a new day, and black people are not childlike animals easily swayed by symbolic stories,
Ooh.
and lots of huge words designed to tug at our heartstrings. This chick was RGB. This chick was a conscious chick.
Yeah.
Wow.
She did a complete 180.
Yeah,
we are
She did a complete one.
We are emancipated free women and men, and the thing we are taking a stand for and returning to claim is our emancipation to be free from the political, social, and legal restrictions of our open enemy, the radical left. If you truly give a damn about black people. Yeah,
she's doing all this. She's quoting all these white people verbatim. She's going over here getting all these talking points, and she's trolling black people. She's trolling. Yep. She's doing that to get a. She's saying that dumb shit to get a reaction and to get pats on the head and nigga snacks from white people. That's why she's doing what she's doing. She don't even believe that shit she said. Half that shit she said.
She said before that she was mixed. So
she's mixed. She's clearly. But the thing, what people are making a mistake of doing, they're trying to follow Kwame's blueprint. What they don't understand is that Kwame is growing so much is because this is 20 years in the making. People know Kwame Brown. All right. Mm-hmm. She said in the post before that she doesn't even know Kwame. She doesn't follow sports. And you said this the other day, Psycho. A lot of these dudes don't even know who Kwame Brown is. So, you know, they think that they can troll like Kwame Brown. Nah, Kwame is a relatively known name, and just everything aligned. The clapback, the people involved. You know, the history. They don't understand that this is not. They're trying to grow their channel like that, and that's not what's going on here. Yeah, man, I read that, and just a lot of crazy shit she's saying, but I'm shocked. What?
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked because I knew she was fronting when she was stunting like she was pro-black. I used to call her out all the time and shit. She could tell you if she keep it a buck. When she was talking that pro-black, when she was trying to act like she was pro-black, everything else, I heard a whole bunch of stuff creeping out and everything. It was too much of that. It was too much of that person I shall leave nameless type of fake pro-black type shit going on, where everything it was pro-black when it's convenient, and then get around because she was all into banging on black men, right? That was kind of her thing and shit.
Yeah, it was.
She was kind of into the whole misogynist pro-black type bullshit, right? Like where I'm here for the people, and black men need to straighten up because they the leaders, and everything's their fault, and they get their shit together to the community be right, and then I'm just gonna blame everything on the black man and blah 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 because they being dominated by white supremacy and blah blah blah, all that little silly ass nonsense. So when she was talking that shit, I was like, and then another breath, she trying to act like she's super pro-black. I'm like, I'm not buying it. This is some fuck shit. And then the way she talks, just the way she talks, the whole delivery, sounding like
weird.
Sound like an old school gangster from the old cartoons on Bugs Bunny and shit. Talking something. Let's not pay a shame. We're gonna rob this banker. We're gonna rob this bank, and we're gonna get these cops that's up out of here, Shane. Like she kind of had that kind of feel when she was talking and shit. Like, why are you talking like that? Like it was you know what I mean? It was so unnatural the way she was talking. It's like, okay, this is a show. Like, this is a performance. This is entertainment for her. Like, so it's like, I can't take what you're saying serious because you're putting on a show. I'll listen to the show, but this is a show. I don't even know. I can't even take you serious.
Well, like you gotta listen to that video. It was like a couple of videos before, and I think RBR decided to go up in that video too, where she invited that white boy on, and I guess RBR, went on because RBR, I guess, is like a nemesis of hers. But yeah, I guess, but she was like really. I mean, if the dude was in front of her, he would have went down on him and shit. I'm like, damn. I mean, what? Everything about that shit was just weird. But there's just a lot of weirdos in YouTube. That's all I can say.
It definitely is.
But yeah, now I know. I didn't know she got around like that, but obviously she did, man. Yeah.
Yep, she definitely does. Yeah, she's a trip.
Yeah, she off the chain. Like I said, I kicked her ass the other day in the goddamn debate. She owed me some money. she claimed, anybody could be at a debate. She'll pay him all this money. Like, all right, I'm gonna kick your ass. I think Kwame Brown was in the chat too. I'm not sure if that was the real Kwame Brown, but it damn sure was a profile with his, because he ain't got no check by his name, so I don't know if that was him or not. Because how them live chats are, you can't click on the profile. But there was somebody in the chat with that name commenting, saying some coon ass shit, talking about some, that's what made me click on the link because I saw that motherfucker was in the goddamn chat. At least that profile was in the chat. I was like, oh yeah, let me get up on here. And said, because he said, that profile had said something like, everybody in the black community always complaining about white people. This ain't about white people. And they could do better and get themselves out the hood like I did. I did it, and they can do it. Kind of pull yourself up, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. So I clicked on the link and was like, well, listen, Kwame, I don't know if that's the real Kwame up in that live chat, whatever, but that's very convenient for a motherfucker who's 6'11" to sit up here and say, I made it up out the hood, so why can't you? Well, everybody ain't 6'11", motherfucker. They didn't have the convenience of being drafted straight out of fucking high school. They can't even do that any motherfucking more. They done changed the rules. So you can't even go straight out of high school anymore. So he benefited from an old rule that's no longer in fucking place. So, because if he did have to go to college for 1 year, he probably would have came out after his first year because they would have saw weaknesses in his game then. He benefited from being able to jump straight into the NBA and not going to college because college would have exposed him. So I have to know that,
Yeah, that's crazy.
You didn't even have a signature shot. But no, that is, like I said, that is him lurking. Because I did, in that comment, I pressed to see if that was his page. And that's him. He's lurking all over, bro. And don't be surprised if he comes up in the chat and like, I don't know if he'll come up and chop it up. That's one thing I noticed he doesn't do. He doesn't come up and press the person's platform. I think he knows, who to deal with and who not to deal with.
Yeah, he probably won't want to. I
don't think he'd want to come up and speak to y'all.
I don't think so.
But that is him.
Because he always said, I've seen him say, well, people don't want to deal with the talking points. They just went, no, we'll deal with the talking points. That's what we prefer to deal with.
He lied and said that Candace Owens, y'all, nobody wanted to sit down and speak to her. No, people have
No,
spoke to her and spoke to her. You know,
Right.
So he's full of shit. But listen, I know he definitely was a trumpet for a minute, and obviously you couldn't go a big 6'11" black dude ain't going to no Trump rally without someone asking questions. But best believe now that he has a little fame, and he's saying that, oh, I want to get the truth out there and get my message. Yeah, you're gonna see him at a lot of these Republican rallies now. You'll see.
Oh yeah. Because he was definitely promoting Trump to black people. He was definitely saying that's how we should vote. He was not saying nothing like we were saying, which we shouldn't be supporting any politician.
See,
He definitely didn't have that stance.
A person like him is going to be perfect to use because they're going to bring him up there, and he's going to go, and they're going to try to bring him into the hood. He'll be like, yo, I'm from the block, I'm from the street, so I know what the street is like. Right? That's the type of dude they're gonna use. Like, yo, I'm from the street. You can't tell me nothing, bro. I did this and that, and well, you know what? You were lucky enough to get an NBA contract, and you're able to steal from. Do a lecture on how to steal from a bunch of NBA teams. That's
okay.
I mean, as opposed to, but yeah, man, this it's wild though. That dude is interesting to see what will happen in the next couple of months with that dude.
Well, he's a flavor. He's a flavor of the week right now. His views already starting to dip. Yep. That motherfucker is the flavor of the week right now, and I wouldn't press it too much. Like he was getting 100,000 of views every video. Now I notice they dip down to like 60 and 50s, and it'll dip a little bit lower too. Like that. That's how social media is. 1 week you're hot, the next week you ain't. And he's not, and to be honest with you, he's really not that fucking interested outside of his cooning. Like he's gonna have to just have to turn into a super coon. That's the only way he's gonna be able to keep traffic. That's the only way he's gonna be able to keep traffic coming to his channel is to start super cooning.
Yeah. Because you got to be able to keep bringing fresh meat.
Right.
You got to keep bringing fresh meat. They don't like the. You got to keep going. So you have to go from a regular coon to a super coon to be successful.
Absolutely. You got to turn it up. He's just going, and being that he's a somebody and everything else, he can't go like full blown Tammy. Like Tammy ain't got no Tammy don't give Tammy ain't tied into nobody. This, that, and the third. He freestyling. Tammy can be as ratchet as he fucking want to be. And somebody like Brandon Tatum can't go but so far, but he can go further than Kwame can. You feel what I'm saying? Like same thing with Candace Owens. She can go far, but he probably can go as far as her, but not he. He can go as far as Candace, but I'm just saying he can't go. He can't turn completely up. And so he's still going to have to level it out because he still got to play this fake pro-black as well.
Exactly.
Right? He's supposed to be this pro-black tune. So he got to. So he can't go but so far.
Yeah, he got to be the pro-black coon. That's a damn shame. That is a damn shame.
That's even a thing. It's a shame that's even a thing, but that done turned into a thing.
It is. You already know.
Category now, a whole new genre.
The pro-black coon. Damn.
Everything that they say, I mean, this dude cusses up a storm.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like I said, like all this because motherfuckers called you a bus dog. You want to get over yourself. Get over yourself. All that fucking money you made for doing nothing, and you up here crying because somebody called you a bus. The nerve of you. The nerve of you. Take that title and be proud of it. Be proud of that title and embrace it, motherfucker. I don't want to hear you crying about it. That's your own fault. You should have worked harder.
And that thing, Stephen A. Smith did, he looked horrible. Now, I understand, he may have had some good moments or whatever, but...
No, there's a lot of good moments. Trust me, it's a whole lot more bloopers to show than highlights. I promise you. I promise you. That was not a misrepresentation of his motherfucking career at all.
It was very awful. It was Stephen A. did. Oh man, Ooh, man, because you can't get around that. And so Nappy Yankee brings up a good point that, you know, to get everybody off of that, you know, you talk about all these other things and, you know, doing all this other stuff.
Right, but that's how the conversation started. He making it seem like people trying to derail other things by bringing up basketball. Motherfucker, that's what this whole shit started from. If it wasn't for a basketball conversation about your horrible basketball career, people would not be talking about you right now. People are talking about you right now because of a basketball conversation about your career. We the ones who keeping it on topic. The motherfuckers who are talking about your basketball career are the only motherfuckers who staying on topic. He's the one who took it off topic, talking about a whole bunch of other shit. And then Charlemagne took it even further off topic by talking about some other shit. So that's when the conversation got derailed, and that's when he became a victim. Charlemagne's the one who made him a victim with his dumb shit. Because for Charlemagne, he couldn't even play the victim card.
Yeah, Charlemagne should have shut up. Like, he didn't have no business putting that out there.
But
He didn't have no business.
Charlemagne is aligned clearly with Stephen Jackson and Matt Barnes. And with Kwame immediately started talking about, well, he's a poor boy that came from nothing and made himself something. That's basically every NBA player's story.
Okay.
Number one. And number two, usually people run to that when they can't, depending on what you're judging them by, people usually run to that as if, listen, I don't care about all of that. I made it from nothing to something. Like when Russell Westbrook, when they got on him like a couple months ago, he said, listen, you know, I don't care about a championship. You know, I look where I came from, out of LA, out of a rough part. You know, I look at where I'm at now. I'm happy. Nah, Russ, you should have at least one ring. You played with two Hall of Famers. I mean, you're getting judged. You're getting judged for. I mean, 2016 happened. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so that's how you're getting judged. You're still a Hall of Famer. You're still an all-time great, but you know, people just run. He wants to avoid the fact that he didn't come up. He didn't get the ring, which he should have at least one ring. Now that's a Hall of Famer. Kwame is like, you know, people just start looking at it differently now. Like, yeah, I said he's not a bust, but bro, you stayed in the league for 13 years because you're a fairly young 6'11" dude. They're gonna find something for you to do. So
I'm sure.
So for you to just bring up, oh well, you know, I got my mom in the house at 18 and blah blah blah, bro. You were a 1 in a million pick. That you know, I mean, you were gonna get traded for a 2010 dude in Elton Brand, and now you know you just didn't pan out. You didn't work in your skill. But yeah, he's trying to run away from the basketball. You can't hide from that, bro. Nope,
can't hide from it. Yeah, shout out to Kaba in the chat too. And appreciate the super chat earlier too. I had missed it earlier, but she just said saying he Geechee and separating them from being African is the crazy shit for me. Exactly. Exactly. Because we had just got into it with those silly ass fucking engines on pseudo Sunday and shit when that motherfucker came up there arguing with me about the Geechee. Trying to tell me the Geechee don't come from an African lineage. Telling me they always been there. Like, stop. What are you talking about? Like, and they literally was talking. And I guess because they hear that my northern accent, that they figured they could get that shit off on me because they from South Carolina, not knowing my whole motherfucking family their origins is from South Carolina. And most of my family still lives down there, besides the ones who had moved up here or whatever. But still, the vast majority of my family is still in South Carolina. And so I know all about South Carolina. I know about those Geechees. I started naming towns and everything else that the Geechee are famous for being in and everything else and taking over. And like, so stop playing with me. I know about the Gullah Geechee, and I know that they have African lineage. And then at first, and that's like people, I don't know what the hell going on. A lot of people be claiming this Gullah Geechee shit, and they be full of shit too.
Yeah, they be lying.
A couple of motherfuckers talking they Gullah Geechee shit and be coming up here trying to talk prim and proper as fuck. Prim and proper and white as fuck. Yes, I said white motherfuckers because that's what that shit is. Sounding white as fuck. You know what I mean? Talking about they Gullah Geechee. Well, where the fuck is your accent? What the fuck is your accent, motherfucker? How come I don't hear no accent in you? I don't know too many Gullah Geechees who done completely lost their accent. How many generations are you removed from the fucking Gullah Geechee? Like, stop. What was your great-great-grandmother or something? Like, stop. My bad. Go ahead. I just started ranting because I get this whole Gullah Geechee misrepresentation and misinformation is ridiculous.
Yeah. It's crazy.
But it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, these people, fuck around, do a whole breakdown on the Gullah Geechee so people can know what the fuck it is, so people can stop making aboriginal claims to these people.
Yeah, so when is the next pseudo Sunday? Are you having one this Sunday?
It was supposed to be this last Sunday. It was supposed to be. This Sunday we were supposed to have a game night this Sunday, so I guess we're gonna have to be. I guess it'll be next week. And we'll start doing it again bi-weekly. It was because of Memorial Day we didn't do it.
Yeah, man. Well, look, I'm a still. I'll see what I can do to try to get to get that debate going, man. But obviously, there's people out here. These chats. I mean, don't be surprised. You do when you have these lives. Some crazy people can come up in your chat, man, and they can just. You'd be surprised. I mean, I actually did a chat yesterday, and I'm not going to call her crazy or nothing like that, but it was Black Americans, and the shit just kind of went left as far as their beliefs. I mean, they're Black American, they want reparations, but they didn't want to separate. And the one chick, she was like, she's she doesn't want to live in an all-black town because she's fearful of black men. So it was just kind of. She said she didn't want to live.
She's fearful of black men.
Here we go.
Yeah, she said black. It was. I mean, it's up there. It's a stream I did yesterday.
That's so stupid.
I'm not. I don't know the girl, but she was just.
Let me guess.
From the hood too.
Let me guess. Everything bad that a man's ever done to her in her life was from a black man, and that's why she feels that way. Am I wrong?
That's usually what people say.
Get into that. That's probably it. She was just bringing up. She went from Black American and wanting reparations to just went to a whole bunch of I guess white talking points. And then at the end of the stream, a dude came up with, I agree with everything she said. I'm like, damn, you're like Black Americans are attacking foreign blacks.
Yeah, so she want to be. So she's either a swirl or a gay.
Are you kidding me?
She's either a swirl or a gay then to make that claim.
But maybe.
Yeah,
but I just sit here when I hear these things from Black Americans.
Because if you don't want to live in a town,
go after foreigners.
If you don't want to live in a town with black men and you're a black woman and you're just that, like, you obviously don't mess with black men on a relationship level. So that means you either swirl or you gay. And it ain't too many other options. If you literally are singling out black men and using them as the reason why you don't want to be in a black town, but you ain't no issues being around black women, which is leading me to believe you're probably gay. But you know that to me that's crazy. Because again, people that hold that position is usually because they talk this little silly ass talking point about, oh, well, everything's ever been bad that happened to me from a man has been from a black man. Well, on so many levels, that's flawed, ridiculous, silly, nonsensical logic, right? Like it makes absolutely no sense because obviously, if the majority of the men you've been around in your life has been black men, then yes, the bad things that happen to you from men most likely is going to be majority black men. And then I always have this question in reverse. Let me flip this on, because out of all the good things that men have done for you, and don't tell me men have never done anything good for you, if all the good things men have done for you, how many of them was black men and how many of them wasn't? Was it? I guarantee it was more black men that did something good for you than non-black men. I promise you it was. Yeah. But they never
really just shows how.
My bad. Go ahead.
It really shows how damaged we are, because one of the dudes on the panel was saying, I was saying that, if you're gonna get reparations, then you got to separate. And which I 100% believe. And they said we can't separate and have our own town because we have to live under the fear of white people destroying shit. So it's almost like, and I know that I gave like really like lofty go. Yeah, but this is what he was saying. Like I really think that when blacks get reparations, they should get territory of their own. And like, I don't want to live around black people because the gangs are going to come follow us. And I'm like, don't you understand that gangs are basically, they're out of poverty. If once you change the situation with black people, then that's gonna go. Ice Cube put that in his little in his little plan for Black America. He was like, well, black people need to change their behavior. I'm like, wait a minute, if you get the resources and you get what other groups are getting, all of that's gonna just go automatically. But dude was saying like, yo, if we live by ourselves with our money, the gangs are gonna come with us. I'm like, what? So listen, there's just a lot of layers, man. People think that it's just, you're just gonna get reparations. The mindset of black people across the globe is so diseased that we literally live like the white man is Thanos, and that we really see ourselves in a bad light, man. It's just crazy.
We do.
Yeah,
we do.
These are people that feel like everything's hopeless. Only thing we could do is just be more white, be more presentable for white people, be better Americans, and blah blah blah. Saying little silly ass nonsense like that. Like when people say be better Americans, that means be more like white people. What the fuck does that even mean? Be better Americans. What the fuck does that even mean? Be better Americans? How? What do you mean? What is that? How are we less American than other motherfuckers? What does that mean? American what? Like, what's American? What is that? What do you mean by that? You mean white culture? What's American? Because there's a whole bunch of motherfucking cultures up in this motherfucker. This shit's a fucking melting pot. We know white people dominate this motherfucking structure, but if we talking about the dynamics of this country, it's a fucking melting pot. If we talking about the dynamics, so what the fuck are you saying? Like, these motherfuckers ain't even making no sense. Like, make it make sense. Like you motherfuckers be better Americans. And what the fuck you mean be better Americans? What, stop complaining about America? How the fuck are white people allowed to bum rush the fucking nation's capital and then turn around and scream that they fucking patriots and everybody accepted? We turn around and demand reparations, talk about how we getting abused by fucking cops and everything else, and we're not American. How the fuck does that work? See, this is what I mean. This is what I say when I tell motherfuckers all the time. This really ain't our motherfucking country, and and they remind you of this all the fucking time. This ain't our motherfucking country. Don't tell me we need to be better Americans and all this other silly ass bullshit. It's all fuck shit. The hell you mean be better Americans? Better Americans how? What does that even mean? Holding us as standards everybody else ain't.
Yeah, people talk about our behavior. How many black people were trying to abuse NBA players, spitting on them, throwing shit at them and shit, like they're freaking animals and shit? How many black people? When at last we ever seen a black fan ever do the shit that these cats are doing? You got people spitting on players during Rona. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is why, again. Here she is talking about respectability. We got to behave ourselves. These guys right here, they got to, hopefully before Russell Westbrook retires, they just need to let him run up on one of these fans and just choke him to death and shit. They're always fucking with this dude. Always. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so it's just, I don't understand when they talk about our behavior. Look at what these people do. And they even made an excuse like, oh, well, listen, they're cooped up in the house and you know, they've been quarantined. Please give me a break with this shit. You know?
Yep. Yeah, they made excuses for that too, but you can't use that as an excuse for a bonnet.
No. You can't use that as an excuse for a bonnet. It's ridiculous.
No. You can trash the damn nation's capital building and all this stuff and try to kidnap politicians and do all this stuff, sit up and kill an officer when y'all supposedly back the blue, when y'all supposedly Blue Lives Matter. Y'all can bash the hell. They had hockey sticks bashing them police's head and everything. They had bear spray. They had tasers and stun guns. They had all kind of stuff. You can do all of that because they've been cooped up. It's been the pandemic. We have to be mindful of this and that and their mental health and this and that. And we have to think about this and that. But you better not wear no bonnet because you've been on quarantine and this and that on the pandemic. You can't wear no bonnet though. You better not wear no no bonnet because Monique gonna get you. She gonna get you if you wear that bonnet,
another celebrity, from a celebrity, by the way. Come on already.
Yes.
It's a freaking celebrity.
Yep.
And because she says it, now we got to stand at attention. Monique of all people. I mean, sure. It's just painful to watch, bro.
And that's what I mean, like, cause she been cooning. This year she be cooning. That's what I mean. Like, I think people forgot that she been on the coon train not but so long ago. We covered her coonery. We literally did a whole stream canceling Monique. Literally did a whole stream canceling Monique because of her coonery, because of her fuck shit. And called her out on her bullshit and everything else because for cooning. So this ain't like motherfuckers just getting on Monique right now because she said something about these bonnets. No, Monique been cooning and I've been canceled her ass. I canceled her ass when she motherfucking sat there and defended Roseanne Barr and started calling her sister and all that other shit, everything else. I did a whole stream canceling her ass. So she been canceled with me. As far as I go, I can't speak for everybody else. I canceled her ass.
But yeah, she's cooning all the time. And the thing is, I didn't even go where some people went, where they was talking about if it's really about image, Monique, and that's what you're concerned about. What about all the images that you have portrayed over the years on television and in movies? You played some of the worst examples, some of the worst stereotypes, some of the worst images of Black women. Let's keep it a buck.
She won an Oscar for maybe the absolute worst image of a Black woman, maybe in the history of film.
Yep. You wasn't out there portraying these great, upstanding, head held high Black women who created this or did that, and were. No, baby, you were sitting up there portraying, like you said, one of the worst Black female characters in movie history, one of the worst, which was in Precious, which you got an Oscar.
Was she wearing a bonnet in that movie?
Yes, she was wearing a headscarf. So, yes, sweetie. And then you was on the Parkers. You played, the big, desperate Black woman. The desperate, fat, dark-skinned Black woman who's ratchet or whatever, and all of these kind of things. A single mother, right? Because you didn't have no husband, and your daughter where was her father? So you was sitting up there as a single, and then you was definitely a pick-me. You chasing around and stalking this damn man. You know what I'm saying? She played a lot of crazy. She played some things. And then in her stand-up, a lot of her stand-up early on was very vulgar, certain things she said, and she was always talking about effing and getting on the D and doing this and that. She had, Miss Monique. And you said Patti LaBelle told you to suck it up. Did Patti LaBelle, wait, let me just say this. Did Patti LaBelle tell you to stop saying all the stuff you were saying in your comedy? Did she tell you about the getting that together? Because if it's so much about image, man, whatever.
Check her comedy with when Shaq like had hosted a comedy special and had her, and it's like MF, like every other word, MF this. And
I know what you're talking about.
Like, bro. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I mean, listen, she really needs to shut up already. And I'm not even gonna bring up her personal life with her, the relationship with her husband, which is weird as fuck.
Yes, I was just gonna say that. So, this is a woman who calls her husband daddy. Now, let me say this. We know, men and women intimately may, have little pet name, little stuff that they say, whatever. But she openly, publicly references her husband, period, as daddy.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, but
and he can go out and fuck whoever she wants, and
yes, yep.
And he can go out and fuck who she wants, and it's an open marriage and all this other shit. I mean,
he can have other women and everything.
She's a weirdo.
But she's telling all these women about being a queen. You telling women about being a queen, though. But this man can go out and have sex with other women and have other relationships with women. Or I think he can just have sex with them, I think. I don't know if he can have a relationship, but he can go sleep around with other women. And that's okay with her. Like I said, she references his daddy. Like, ooh, that's cringe in a lot of ways. Like I said, if it's a private thing y'all doing more on that level, or like it's playful, you know what I'm saying? Here and there y'all doing it. Yeah, whatever, do what you do. I don't really, things like that is a personal type thing. But she does that openly, outwardly, in public. She promotes that and everything. So like, that's something different. That's something a little bit different as far as J goes. But yeah, but she telling everybody how to be a queen though. She's telling them how to be a queen, and you can't be a queen and wear a bonnet to the airport.
Unbelievable.
Or to the mall or to Walmart.
The hypocrisy with these people, it's just, there's no bounds. There's none. It's just it's crazy.
Yeah. She daddy. Like, really, girl? Like, because when they came out, a lot of people was like, that's kind of cringe. Like, that's a little cringe.
Kind of cringe.
You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, Monique explains why she called her husband daddy. She said, because he's raising me. Okay, this was on the Source magazine. Yes, it said Monique explains why she calls her husband daddy. He's raising me. Monique appeared on Tamar Braxton's Under Construction podcast, and she spoke about her open marriage with her husband, Sidney Hicks, and why she calls him daddy. When people say to me, why do you call him daddy? I tell them, because he's raising me. He's given me everything that my father did not. The comedian acknowledged that it can be sometimes embarrassing, but he expressed his desire to treat her like a lady, and she follows his lead. See, there ain't nobody else in the room, and he's had to say some things to me, Tamar, that has taken me to my knees. And then he'll pick me back up and he'll say, is there anything I'm saying to you not true? The Precious Star said. And I'll say, everything you're saying to me is true. But right now, nigga, my ego, I need you to walk away because the crazy bee inside me, she's getting ready to say something and mess up the moment. Monique said to Braxton, light laughter. I know she's coming. Here she comes. She getting ready to come out the basement. And then he loved all of us through it. He loved all of us through it. Monique went on to give a message to other women who might be resistant to quote-unquote queen training. Y'all, please, if you have a good one, let your guard down. What?
Listen, I gotta see something. Wait, I gotta see something. How like, okay, this is why Monique's full of shit. All All right, let me show you another reason why she's full of shit and why I don't really want to get into it. Huh?
I said, David, I'm almost done.
I don't know how long this article is, but
y'all please, if y'all have a good one, let your guard down, let it happen. You're going to hear some ish that's going to shock you, because when you've got a king, he's got to prepare you to be queen. Okay. And so many of us ain't got that queen training. So when we get the king, we don't know what to do with this ish. Just one more paragraph. She also took the time out to shamelessly plug her podcast. She co-hosts with her husband since 2006. Monique and Sydney's open relationship. When we first had the conversation, it was because I was still in the mindset of, I'm an entertainer, I'm a performer, I want to have it all. So I said, you know what? I have to have an open marriage. And he said, Monique, we've been best friends since the 5th grade. Do you think that's going to stop us from loving one another?
right.
And yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, Nap, you got, I don't know what's going on, something going on back there. But yeah, like she's full of shit. She's full of crap because because at the end of the motherfucking day, she's saying you can't be a queen and be out here with a bonnet on your head. But how are you gonna be a queen when you got other women in your bed? You got other women in your bed. You're not a queen. You're not a queen. It's only one person can be a queen. You can't have multiple motherfucking queens. It don't work that way, right? You don't. It's one queen. It's one king, one queen. You cannot be a queen sharing your husband. Queens do not share their husband in the monarch, right? If their husband going out there cheating or whatever the case may be, he out there cheating, but she's still the fucking queen. She still got the mind. Like, so, but this, what y'all doing is some other shit. And then how are you? And then you can never say anything about people critiquing you about your relationships because you feel like you got the right to critique people on bonnets. That means you open yourself up and people can critique you on your I don't know what to call it. I guess relationship that you got, relationships with an S. I guess I don't know. I don't understand how y'all shit work, but people can critique that shit like a motherfucker, right? So now you open yourself up for a line of fire for people getting your personal shit because you feel like you can just correct people on bonnets. Well, what's up with your relationship? My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right. And this is my thing too that I don't understand. Like, I don't even understand when people have the open relationship. But how do you have an open marriage? Why are you married? Like, that's what I don't quite understand. Why are you married if it's gonna be open? I'm not sure if she can also be with other men. I'm gonna try to see if I can find out, but yeah, you're right about that. Like, yeah, it's okay to have an open relationship so your man can sleep with other women. Like, that's cool, and you still a queen and whatever. Or even, I guess, if you have an open relationship, the woman can sleep with other men too, right? Okay, that's cool. You can do all of that, but if you wear a bonnet, you ain't no queen. As long as you don't wear no bonnet in public, you can be a queen. I guess. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to find out.
Those concubines, yeah, the kings had concubines. Those concubines didn't have the title of queen. Like it's only could be one queen, right? It's a queen and this, that, and the third. Now, who's the queen here? Who's the queen here in this open relationship that they got? Like, this is what I mean. Like, it's silly. It's dumb. I don't even know what she's talking about. She's sitting up here trying to critique people on wearing bonnets and then telling motherfuckers to go out here and find them a concubine for their husband. Right?
But wait a minute. So Monique has been with other men.
She could have been.
Well, no, she's been with other men.
Oh, she has. Okay, well then see that another thing. Like again, so okay, so what's going on here? So wait, so you're a queen and you got a concubine. Okay, but wait, so but your husband also has a concubine. So how does this even work? How is this working?
But wait a minute.
So we got kings and queens who are swingers?
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are swingers?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
What kind of monarch do y'all have?
Yeah. Yeah. You can be a queen and sleep with multiple men. Now she don't have a problem with that. Long as there be a swinger, sleep with other men. Yes. That's cool, and you can still be a queen. But you better not wear that bonnet to that airport. Now, girl, now you need to get it together. You need to be in queen training, honey. You need to be in queen training for wearing the bonnet, girl. But you don't need no queen training if you sleeping with multiple men. Long as you're supposedly in an open relationship, I guess. That's justified.
She talk about being the queen bee. She talk about being the queen bee. She talk little Kim type queen. She little Kim queen. That's what she talk about. She want to be the queen bee. She just want to line up all the dudes and get a coochie lick. That's what she want.
Hey,
I got you. Yeah, but all right, I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
As long as you ain't got a bonnet on your head, you cool. You can still be a queen.
She said she wanted to still have sex with who I was seeing, and I didn't want it to be where I was keeping anything from my best friend. That's how it initially started. And when I tell you the conversations we've had, it has taken me to a different place where I'm not even thinking of another man sexually, but still open to it.
That's ridiculous. Just the fact that you're open to it, you're thinking about it. Just the fact that you're open to it, you're thinking about it. What the fuck are we talking about here? It's ridiculous. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, man.
If you wasn't thinking about it, you would say, I'm not even open to it. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm good. But you said I am open to it because you're thinking about it. Motherfucker, what the hell are you talking about? That just means I don't currently have no side dick, but I'm open to finding something.
Right.
What the hell are you talking about here, man? Stop it. It's ridiculous. Like,
man,
this shit is ridiculous. And she worried about bonnets on the fucking head. Man, listen, if you don't stop, Monique, all that fuck shit you got going on, you worried about a goddamn bonnet. I agree the bonnet's full of shit, but let's talk about your motherfucking relationship that's also full of shit. The hell is you talking about?
Ooh.
Trying to motherfucking talk about respectability politics. You can't, motherfuckers can't even respect your relationship. What do you mean?
Oh, man. We're dealing with 11 years of being together, and there's an evolution of what an open marriage means. Because when you are a father and mother,
you start wagging your finger at motherfuckers. This is the thing when you start wagging your finger at motherfuckers and start trying to play this more moral high ground position where you just more moral than everybody and your standards are above everybody else's and this, that, and the third. Your shit cannot stink. Your shit cannot stink because the second it comes out that you doing some wacky ass shit like Monique's doing, where she sitting up here fucking all these dudes and he over here fucking all these girls and they call each other mommy and daddy and they got this little swinger lifestyle going on and everything else. The second that shit come out, you gonna be looking crazy. You gonna be looking crazy. How dare you? How dare you try to play respectability politics when ain't nothing respectful about your fucking relationship? You motherfuckers are just hooking up. You motherfuckers, this is Netflix and chill. How dare you motherfuckers call this shit a relationship? You shitting me? Are you shitting me?
Man.
Stop it. Y'all motherfuckers just hooking up. Y'all motherfuckers just, y'all friends with benefits. If you don't stop with this nonsense, get that bullshit out of here. Fake ass fucking, are they supposed to be married? Are they just?
Yeah, nah, they married.
They you don't get this fake ass marriage out of here, man. Get that bullshit out of here.
Yeah, they married. They married.
To me, that's a bigger issue than these fucking bonnets. How about that? My baby?
While sitting up in the damn robe.
Sitting up
in the damn robe, like telling all these women. But you on the internet and everybody will see you.
Do they got kids together?
I
No,
think.
nah, they don't.
No, okay.
They don't?
Okay. He
Okay,
said they
that would've been
raising 3
worse.
children, but I
Nah,
guess they're not
she
there.
had a couple kids.
Before him.
Okay.
They grown then. That means they grown. Okay. All
I
right.
guess,
That
yeah.
would've
Yeah, I
been
think a
worse.
couple of them were teenagers, but yeah, she's.
Yeah, I think so. 'Cause-
But yeah,
yeah.
I
Oh, so
told
she
you,
doing
I
all
think
this
he
shit with
is.
teenagers? Tell me none of them are girls. Please tell me these ain't girls.
I think so. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
I
fuck.
think they're
So she-
boys, but yeah,
Are they boys?
I think. Let me double check.
Oh, she gonna be raising some man whores.
Yeah.
She's about to
Lon
create.
Jackson.
She's about to create a whole bunch of motherfucking
Yeah, she got
men
boys.
that y'all gonna be complaining about. She creating the men that y'all complaining about.
She got boys. She got boys. It look like.
Okay, yeah. See, she's creating the men that y'all complaining about because them motherfuckers gonna be. Yeah, they gonna be off the chain.
This Kentucky
They
is with
ain't
3
gonna know
boys.
nothing about monogamous relationship. They ain't gonna know nothing about that. They ain't gonna care about none of that shit. They gonna be sitting up there. They gonna be trying to have different hoes and different area codes. They gonna be about that life. they gonna be about
it's
that
3
life.
boys.
And yep, we can blame the mother for that. We can totally blame the mother.
I want to say though, I think like 2 of the sons are hers, and I think he had a son. I want to say that's what it is, but it's 3 boys.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, she has no girls. It says Monique's children, Shalon Jackson, and it's a picture of a boy, well, it looked like an adult now, I guess. Mark Jackson Jr., Jonathan Hicks, and David Hicks. Oh, so those, okay. So maybe she has 2 boys and he has 2 boys.
Yeah, okay. All right. So there's no girls?
Like that, no, I'm not seeing any girls at all.
I guess that's a bonus, cause you don't need no girls, little girls running around here trying to be queen bees. We don't need no more of that. There's enough queen
she
bees
had
going on out here. We don't need no more.
Yeah, she was married to somebody named Mark Jackson from 1997 to 2001. They have 2 sons, Mark Eric Jackson Jr. and Shalon Calvin Jackson. Monique gave birth to twin sons, Jonathan and David Hicks. Okay, so that's by Sydney Hicks. Okay, so then she has 2 sons from her previous marriage and 2 twin sons with Sydney. Okay, Monique gave birth to twin sons, Jonathan and David Hicks, in October 2005. 2 months early, I'm sorry. In 2006, she married their father, Sydney Hicks. So yeah. So they have 2 boys, and then she had 2 boys from a previous marriage.
But bonnets.
So she has 4 boys. So yeah, she got 4 boys.
Oh, yeah, great. Wonderful. So bonnets are the biggest issue, right? So
Bonnets, between bonnets, sagging pants,
yeah.
Things like that. Those are the biggest issues for the Black community.
Not a swinging lifestyle with a 50-year-old chick and her husband with their 4 sons, right?
Right.
No, just don't wear a bonnet to their. These bonnets are killing everybody. These bonnets are ruining families. These bonnets have created a problem. I mean, look at what the Black community is torn down with bonnets. Y'all don't see these bonnets everywhere?
All I can say is
we got deeper issues than bonnets. We got deeper issues than bonnets.
Y'all see all these bonnets in the community, and then y'all get mad when the police. What you think they gonna be here? It's bonnet. People wearing bonnets.
Never.
You think the police ain't gonna be around?
Yeah, never underestimate what respectability talking points can do for a Black person's popularity. Never underestimate that, bro.
Because they're very popular. Real quick. Shout out to Yaba. I appreciate the super chat. He said, "Peace, Psycho Renee." hear y'all split up and pick up a sandwich or some fries tomorrow. Laugh out loud. Peace. I'm out. Shout out to you, y'all. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. So
Popeye's
definitely.
chicken sandwich. But yeah, cause I mean, but the reason why when you said never underestimate what it could do for somebody, you know, it for real, because people can blow up off of that, because people feel like Black people are children. They feel like Black people need criticism. They feel like Black people need to be put in their place. They feel like Black people have to be told what to do. Black people have to be quote unquote corrected. You'll hear that term a lot. You'll hear people use that term a whole lot. And I'm like, corrected as according to whom? Like, and then when you try to speak, on it, and I know not everyone agrees, but I think sometimes people aren't realizing like the huge impact that white supremacy has had on us and our perspectives of each other. You know, and we constantly talk about, you know, white supremacy and what they do, but that's why I always say white supremacy is a mentality. Anybody can have a white supremacist mentality, anybody. And many Black people have that mentality, and they view Black people through the lenses of white people. So if white people aren't wearing bonnets, and white people didn't say it's acceptable, and white people ain't cool with it, then they mad about it. And they'll try to say it's not because of white people, but I mean, on a certain level, that's in there.
Like I said,
it's in there.
I would have respected this more if it came from somebody else that
Maybe
was talking about
background.
I would have respected this more if it came from somebody else who was speaking about girls in the hood, walking around in the hood with the bonnets on their head, opposed to Monique. Again, Monique, who I canceled a while ago for cooning, and she literally said it was the airport that triggered her. I saw people leave comments in the chat saying, well, she was talking about the Walmarts and everything too. Well, I don't know about y'all, but any Walmart I've ever been to got mainly white people up in it. Got mainly white people up in it, so that ain't too much different than the airport. But that actually is more white people in the airport probably, but still, it's still a lot of white people in the motherfucking Walmarts. So again, like, and I know for a fact, she cares how white people views us. She cares. I'm not saying everybody else do, but I know for a fact that she does. Now, if this could come from somebody who wasn't caught up in what white people's opinions are, and they just don't like the look, and they talking about the girl walking around the hood wearing it, and this, that, and the third. They talking about how they don't like the way it look, or this, that, third. I ain't got no issues with that. But again, I'm looking at the messenger, and I'm paying attention to the motive behind the message, and the things she said within it. And like I said, the key things like the airport, you know, Walmart, everything. Like again, everything's centered around where white people be at. That's where everything's kind of centered around.
Yep.
And that's my issue.
She knows to point that out, because you know what? I bet you this. When she did her comedy show, I bet you wasn't nobody in there with a bonnet on. She said she was going to Jackson, Mississippi or whatever to do a comedy show. And, you know, she saw it at the airport and all of that stuff. And like I said, again, people are not taking into consideration pandemic attire still to a degree and things like that. But anywho, she said she went there for a show. And I will bet you any money, nobody at her show had a bonnet on. And that was because they were at the event. They're going to the event that they probably been preparing for. So they may wear the bonnet around traveling. They may wear the bonnet to run to the store, to the Walmart really quickly and pick up something they need really quick. Not saying that I would do it. Like, I want to make that clear. And I'm not saying it's okay to do it, but it is okay to do it in terms of it's not legal. I mean, it's not illegal. So, like, it's a personal choice. Do I think it can be tacky? Yeah, I do. Do I think that I'm gonna sit up here and make a whole thing shaming people? No. But like I said, I bet you when no bonnets in there when she did her comedy show, I bet you them black women's hair was laid, their hair was done, all of the above at her performance.
That's fact.
So
that's fact. They're not going to no comedy show with no bonnet on their head.
No, hell no, absolutely not. That's why I said
I will agree with that. When if you see a black woman with a bonnet on her head, she's in transition, right? She's in transition, or she's just making a quick stop somewhere, or whatever the case may be. But she's not going somewhere out like to dinner or to an event or something like that. She's not out there like that with the bonnet on her head. She's like, but again, I just don't like the fact that it's becoming a trend and fashionable just to throw a bonnet on your head and just go out the house. It's just like, nah, I don't like that. But I see that it's trendy. It's actually been trendy for a little bit now. But it's kind of like I said, they try making it fashionable and make it different style bonnets and everything else when they wasn't all these designs on bonnets before. Now they got all these other designs and everything. And I think I've seen people like make clothes that's like bonnets that are made to go out the house, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like
it's different. It's all kind of different styles now.
Yeah, it's kind of like how they did with the whole with the boxes and shit, right? Like they saw black men and black people in general just sagging they jeans and everything else, and the boxes took heed of that. And they started advertising on the waistbands and everything else, because people started seeing the waistbands and all that. So it's like they found the way to make it fashionable, the sagging and everything. They found a way to appropriate that. Now I see them doing this with the bonnet thing, where they're gonna make this fashionable and everything else. And they did the same thing with the do-rags too. They started making the other shit that kind of goes more along lines of the clothes, like fatigue do-rags. They didn't have fatigue do-rags back in the day. Back in the day, you had black do-rags, white do-rags. You might have a blue one, red one, whatever the case may be. They started getting designs and all types of other shit up in the do-rags after it became fashionable. So they find ways to do this, and then they which makes it even more cool to wear it out the house. And so
So that's what I was kind of hitting on with the bonnet thing too. But I mean, they have a lot of different styles now. They have ones where it kind of like ties in the front, so it looks more like a head wrap, but it's actually a bonnet. And then they have now as well, like a lot of hoodies. They have companies where Black-owned companies that, and I wish I had the names, y'all, so I could give y'all some more. I know one is the Rap Life. She has some bomb stuff on there. But it's some Black companies where they make satin-lined hoodies for women. So, like, the inside of the hood is lined with satin. So you can put that over your head, and it helps protect your hair, and it's not going to break off your hair, which, again, is the whole reason for wearing satin bonnets while Black women wear them. And to protect your style. But I know everybody has a little different opinion on it. And it is what it is. But I just kind of think that, like, I just don't think that needs to be a thing. I just think that, like, damn, everything gotta be something. Like, every Black folks we gotta be called out. Like, it's always something. Like Nappy said, if it wasn't this, it'd be something else. Something else Black people doing wrong. And we all, and I don't get, somebody said in the chat room something earlier. I think it was that one dude, I can't remember his name, but he might have been in here one time before or something. But he said something about accountability. He said something about, well, Black women don't want to be held accountable. I don't even know what people mean when they say that. Like, what do you mean by held accountable? Like, I don't get that whole thing. Like, who can hold? How the hell am I gonna hold somebody accountable for wearing a bonnet? Like, what am I supposed to do to them? Like, I don't get it. Like, held accountable. And who determines who needs to be held accountable? You know,
how about we just take it old school and we just start every time we see somebody with a bonnet on their head, we just walk up behind them and just snatch that shit off like snatchies.
Oh, okay.
And just snatch it off their head and then just throw it in the middle of the street so a bus can run over it.
Okay, that's holding them accountable. Okay. Well, I tell you what, to the dudes,
let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. I'm with it. Y'all with it? Let's do it. I'm with it.
I ain't with it.
Snatchies. Let's play the biggest game of snatchies we have.
Well, gone right on the head.
Start snatching bonnets off the head. I don't know. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll tell that dude if he's still listening or whatever. Yeah, you go out and hold a grown woman with a bonnet on in public accountable. Yeah, go whatever that means. Whatever that means. If I see
a woman with a bonnet on her head, I'm gonna treat it the same way I always treated it. I'm gonna look, shake my head, I'm gonna keep on motherfucking doing what I'm doing. I'm not gonna go up to her and be like, listen here, sister. You know, you really shouldn't be wearing this bonnet on your head in public like this because it makes you look kind of asinine, and you need to have more respect for yourself and respect for our eyes because we don't want to see this shit. You know, I'm not going to just walk up to the girls. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. The Snatchies game sound good and fun, but I'm not going to do that either. I'm not.
Until it goes left.
It just ain't that deep. Like, I ain't with it. I don't like it. But it's just like I said, it's just like the eyebrows getting shaved off. I'm going to shake my head, wonder why they doing it, and I'm just going to keep it pushing. I'm not going to let that shit
it ain't got to be the end of the world. Like, you got to I got to do a declaration of all black women worldwide, every black woman, please listen to me, y'all. We can't wear bonnets out the house. Yo, my sweet babies. My sweet babies. Now you can sleep with different men and say you're married and everything. Now you're still a queen. But don't you dare go to no airport or Walmart with a bonnet on. Now, these good white folk, we want them to think of us highly. Because remember, if you look like you don't give a damn, how do you expect to be treated? My sweet babies. Like, ladies, tell your daughters that tell black women you are cool, I'm with it. But like, we gotta do these whole damn declarations. We gotta declare this to the whole damn world. We gotta declare this to black women. Stop wearing bonnets out the house. Listen, the women that's gonna do that. The one, maybe that's why she's saying that, because she don't have daughters. I see now she has a son. I don't know. But I just don't feel like this is the type of stuff we need. It still is that respectability politics of it. And I think because a lot of people do feel how I feel, which is that I wouldn't wear it out the house. People then, a lot of people feel like that. So they feel like,
what is the good reason for wearing the bonnet out the house besides thinking it's cute? Like, is there a good reason for wearing it besides thinking it's cute?
I gave an example earlier. You must didn't hear me. Okay, I gave the example.
I do remember you I forgot what it was though. What was it?
I gave the example of, let's say a girl is going to her prom or dance or something later that day. And she has her hair done, her hair is tied up and everything. So her style is protected. Oh man, I need to go get some other shoe. My heel broke or this happened. Let me run I gotta go run and do this real quick. And so most of the time when you see black women wearing
bonnet, if she goes to the store without a bonnet, is her hair gonna get messed up?
Well, it could. So a lot of times you're setting your hair and you're preserving your hair for a certain event. So most of the time when you see black women with bonnets on, they're running errands. And so they feel like this is the stuff in between times that I'm doing. That's why I said at Monique's event, I bet you not one woman had a bonnet on in there. But
right. I agree with that. I was talking about the girls that was making the little runs in between to everything else. I was just trying to understand was there
It's
a good reason for them to actually wear the bonnet outside? Like, is it something that's is there something beneficial to wearing the bonnet outside the house opposed to something else?
Yes, like for instance, how we mentioned earlier, like back in the day, women used to wear, well, some women would have like rollers on or whatever. Well, underneath the bonnet, they could have like flexi rods in, which is what a lot of women use now. So you have your flexi rods in where your hair is setting. Your hair is still setting underneath, but you need to go out and do a few things. You're going to have the bonnet on over your flexi rod. You can have your hair in a wrap. Any black woman who's worn wraps, you know your hair can be very fickle. So you don't want to get it exposed. You don't want to run into those issues. So before you running errands here and there, before you going to work or you going to an event, you might have your bonnet on protecting your wrap. It's a lot. It's mostly reasons that are pertaining to that. It's preserving a hairstyle, or you're currently setting a hairstyle. That's usually what you will see somebody with the bonnet on for. Yeah. Yeah, and like Shatira said, you could be moisturizing your hair underneath. You could be, your hair could be wet, or it could be raining outside, or sprinkling rather. So you kind of wrap your hair up, put the bonnet on. You might have an umbrella too, but listen, and not to mention that black women, especially if you're natural or something like that, baby, you might start sweating. You might have your edges laid, baby, and you start sweating, and you ain't even got to the event. You ain't even got to where you getting to, and you already like, damn, my hair start coming up. A lot of times, some black women, they land a wig, so they'll put like an elastic strip that goes around to hold down the lace front. So while you land your lace front, they'll have the bonnet on if they need to run somewhere. So like I said, it's usually to preserve a hairstyle, or a hairstyle is in process or in progress, but it's not done yet, so to speak. The turkey ain't done yet, so your hair is still setting under the bonnet. So that's usually why.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I'll take your word for it, I guess. I don't know. That was an honest question. I wouldn't have got your question. I was just wondering.
And see, exactly, Shatira. And see, because, black women, we don't wash our hair every day like white women do, or every other day or whatever. So you have to preserve your hair. And like, if you are wearing your hair like in a wrap or something, and you could be out and you're just running an errand, something you just run it in real quick to Walmart or something like that. And you're like, dang, I don't want to have to, comb out my whole hairstyle. And then I'm going to get like air smell in it. I might get pollen. It's just to try to preserve it. It's try to preserve it as long as you can, basically. So that's the reason why. Yeah. Yeah, and this is a lot of things you could do, but with a lot of these girls, they wear lace fronts. And so that's a big thing with the lace fronts too. Cause like I said, they trying to lay down the front of they edges and lay down the front of that lace. So a lot of girls might put like, they have the elastic band around holding the lace down, and they might have like flexi rods in their hair or something like that. And they'll have like a bonnet over it. Or they might have their hair like pin curled up under there. Or they curled it earlier and then they pin it, so the curls really set. And then when they getting ready to go out to where they're actually their actual destination.
A scarf can't take care of that? Or is it the bonnet?
A bonnet is way easier, because a headscarf, and I'm pretty much sure all the black women can back me up on this, a headscarf can slide off your hair just like that. A headscarf, you got to keep retying it. A headscarf, you got to, maneuver it a certain way. Whereas like the bonnet is boom. You put it on, the band is going to fit to your head size, and it's just a lot easier. And yeah, because actually you might have a scarf on under your bonnet, because the bonnet will help protect the scarf. So because the scarf is so easy to come off. But yeah. Now, I personally am natural, so I don't wear lace fronts and stuff. And to those sisters who do, that's what's up. But a lot of you'll see a lot of women that do wear wigs. And also another reason they do it is because underneath they lace front, they usually got, cornrows underneath. And either they didn't take them down yet, or they took their wig off, and so they underneath hair is not done yet. It's multiple reasons. But I know that men don't necessarily understand that, unless it's like a gay man that does hair, then they understand it just because they do hair. Because you got all these gay dudes out here, honey, who do these damn lace fronts. But anyway, but most men wouldn't understand it unless they actually do hair. But yeah, it's multiple.
All this stuff is foreign to me. You talking alien stuff right now to me.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you why.
Okay.
I'm just telling you why.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something that's new to me too, man. But,
Or it could be just because their hair not done, right?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Y'all men do not be listening. I literally just said that.
Okay.
I said it could be that your hair just ain't done at all. But like I said, a lot of girls that wear lace front wigs, when they take their wig off or whatever like that, their braids are underneath and their hair is not done. So some of them will just put a bonnet on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Well, bonnets basically for natural women is what you're saying more than, right?
It's for both. Because for natural women, it is very important because, like I said, our natural hair texture is very delicate, so it can break, easily. So you want to protect it at all costs. So for natural women, it's definitely important to sleep with either a satin bonnet or a satin scarf or on a silk pillow, something like that. It's real important. But yeah. But a lot of girls that are not natural use the bonnet. Because like I said, they wear wigs and stuff like that.
No, Elaine. See, and then they not confirm that aliens exist. They confirm that UFOs exist. And yes, UFOs exist. They did not confirm aliens. That is not confirmed. UFOs, unidentified flying object. That's all that means. I know y'all ready to jump on me with this, y'all motherfuckers, boy, they can't wait for some aliens to pop up somewhere so they get me. Yeah, they gonna troll me to death, boy. They better not find ET somewhere. If they ever find ET somewhere, motherfuckers are gonna troll me to no motherfucking end. Like, motherfucker, I told you, motherfucker, you did not believe me. I told you. Oh my goodness. Oh, but man, listen. Can you imagine? Let it come, Renee. Can you imagine how much we would get trolled if it came out that the Def Jam actually caused death for real? Like there was a big mass motherfucking deaths that just happened. Like motherfuckers just dropping dead left and right, boop, 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 boop. Like every motherfucking wear like by the thousands, like nightly by the thousands, and it was evidence that it all came from the jab and everything. Man, do you know how much we would get trolled? Yes. Do you know how much we would get trolled? Man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh man, we wouldn't be able to go live. We have to change platforms. We would have to change platforms. This channel, I'll delete this bitch. I will delete this motherfucker. We have to change platforms. We'll come back with a voice changer on a completely new platform saying, see, we been told y'all motherfuckers y'all should have never took that shit. We told you motherfuckers about the elite and y'all wasn't listening to us. Man. We told you motherfuckers, y'all summer bitches, y'all motherfuckers down, y'all got the mark of the beast and y'all about to drop dead. And y'all ain't want to listen to me. I told you, motherfuckers. Yeah.
It's all these death jabs. I ain't seen all the death yet, but I don't know. I guess it's delayed. I guess. Y'all close out of your accounts. Just shut them down.
That could be the next.
Y'all ain't gonna be trolling me, motherfuckers. I'm gonna take away y'all fun. Y'all ain't gonna be trolling me. I'm out.
That could be the next pseudo.
They coming. If that ever happened, they coming, boy. They coming.
Yeah, for real. Oh yeah, they coming. They coming. Cause see, a lot of people got quiet though. Cause like I said, they was catastrophizing the whole thing, and it's the death jar, and it's gonna kill people, and see y'all gonna this and that, and I'm like, now people seeing, you know, after things really didn't happen, and they start seeing the long term effects. Like what? Like I don't, in terms of what? But nobody can say it. I remember people was saying the fertility and all of this stuff, and they showed how many women done got pregnant that were in the study. Several women that were in the study got pregnant. I'm talking about when they were still researching it before it was out to the public. There's been I don't even know where people made all of this stuff up beforehand, and now that they're seeing none of these things are coming to fruition, like I said, they keep saying the long-term effects, such as what though? Like what long-term effects? In general, I don't know of many long-term effects from any vaccines. Typically, if you have a bad response, it's pretty soon after. I don't know like of this super long delayed response. I don't know what that is or what it's supposed to be, but hey, I guess anything is possible. Man.
Yeah. Oh wait, what's this? Rashid said we have to do what Dane Calloway did, turn the internet off. They turn the internet off. Did they get it? Wait, hold up. Is this channel gone or something? Is this channel gone? Did I miss something? Let me find out. I'm still wondering how his channel was still.
I'm sure it's not.
It still blows my mind. His channel was still up. Like, how the hell is all these conspiratorial channels disappearing, but his still there?
Okay.
You know why? Because they don't care about that bullshit conspiracy.
Right.
They don't give a fuck about that dumbass conspiracy. They like, oh, them some dumbass Negroes. Let them believe that dumb shit. Let them dumb Negroes believe that dumb shit so they can stop talking about reparations. Go ahead. Like this is actually a good thing. You know what I mean? They'll kill we don't even need to shut down reparations. They doing it for us. Let them Negroes live. Matter of fact,
they already got reparations.
That's what they do. They promote those motherfuckers. That's what they do. They throw them motherfuckers all in the algorithm, everything else. Hey, look at this. Yeah, Harry Tubman didn't even exist. Check this out. You know what I mean? All up in y'all recommendations. The fucking fuck shit. They deleting all that other shit and keeping that fuck shit up. Y'all stop. Y'all need to get that nonsense out of here. I'm anti-censorship, but if y'all gonna be deleting conspiracies, how y'all leaving that one out? Y'all being very biased in the conspiracies y'all choosing to take down. It's some fuck shit. That weirdo motherfucking self-loathing motherfucking bullshit the fuck up out of here.
Yeah, man. So, definitely, man.
Oh, he said he was turning the internet off the last 2 years. My fault. My bad. What'd you say, Dappy?
No, I was saying I'm gonna, I'm gonna definitely, like I said, try to see if I can get that chick or that other dude to debate y'all. I'm gonna go back in the chat, but just one more word on your boy Kwame. He just interviewed Craig Hodges, so like I said, be careful. He's positioning himself right now. Craig Hodges, who was as radical as it got, well, as he could be anyway back in the 90s. So I guess, he's just aligning himself with the right dudes to try to position himself in the middle a bit. So, I would just watch how that dude moves.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
we've been on here for a minute.
Peace.
Yes.
Yeah, peace to the chat and peace, y'all. Thanks for having me out.
Yeah, no doubt, Nappy. I appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely.
All right, no doubt. Holla at you later. All right. Shout out to Nappy. Appreciate it. Appreciate him coming up. Let me see. Give me a second. And yeah, Renee, you got something else you want to say before we get up out of here? We've been on for a minute.
No. And man, I'm starving. But no. Just that I love y'all, appreciate y'all. You know, even if we don't agree, we disagree, we don't agree, whatever, we agree on the deal breakers about our people and our love, our concern for our people overall. That's what's important. But yeah, we just had a little show today, just on this little topic. We'll be back, like I said, on Sunday. Well, I'll be back on Sunday. And we gonna get it in then or whatnot. And y'all are welcome to please come to game night. Please come. We want more people to participate and all of that good stuff. So yeah, but other than that, I will see y'all then. And like I said, I love y'all, appreciate y'all. Y'all be safe. And yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm up here struggling. I'll go through something. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. God, that was crazy just now. All right. I got caught up. Confused over here. All right, here we go. Yeah, all right, family. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. All right. Appreciate everybody for coming through. And if you haven't already, family, please do me a favor. Please click like, share, and subscribe. Very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. Also important that you share. Let people know we breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe. And when you do subscribe, please don't forget to hit the notification bell. It's also important that you hit the notification bell so you can be notified whenever we do go live. And plus, sometimes we might get shadow banned. You never know. And, you know, sometimes you only can find us through the notifications. So that's also important. And plus, you want to be a part of the notification gang so you can be here bright and early and don't miss none of the show. And to the haters out there, you already know what it is. It's about that time. If you had any issues with anything people said today or whatever the case may be, whether you pro-bonnet, anti-bonnet, whatever, by all means, you can express yourself now by clicking dislike. Please still share this motherfucker. And then if you're just a hater, you might want to just unsubscribe. You know, because if you're hating ass just clicking dislike just for the sake of clicking dislike, then I know you ain't on none of these motherfuckers right here. And yeah, family, also please consider becoming a Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or take it down. You also have access to exclusive content on there, and also have no limits on there. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show, as always. And yeah, family, please follow me on Twitter and the gram at SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. Also, please subscribe to all our channels. This is also important because sometimes we might have to channel hop, and if we do, you want to be on top of everything we're doing. So please check that description box and be sure to be subscribed to all the channels. And yeah, also, family, if you're looking for any graphics, artwork designs, or logos, please consider hitting up our sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics on Facebook. Also, if you're looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, or coffee mugs, all custom designs, please consider hitting up her store as well. All these links, just like all the other links, will be in the description box as always. You know what I mean? Shout out to Renee, you know what I mean, laying it down. And yeah, family. See, I'll be back Saturday on the Wake and Bake. So be on the lookout for that. That'll be the next show. So So I'll see y'all on Saturday, 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, 9 a.m. Western, or should I say Pacific? And family. Let's see. As always, I want to shout out everybody out in the live chat for coming through. You know what I mean? Peace to y'all. Shout out to Nappy for coming up and chopping it up with us for a little bit. Shout out to everybody that's out in the clouds. You know what I mean? I want to give a peace and black power to everybody. Holla black at your boy and your girl. We out.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle any, I accept.
Yep.
They are
Yep.
Gonna go sell double.
Let's go.